Now you're ready. Okay. I'm going to call to order this meeting of the Cache County Rapz and Restaurant Tax Board, and I'd like to welcome everybody here this morning. Thank you to our board members for being here. And let's just do quick introductions. David, will you start down at that end?
Yeah, Dave Erickson, Cache County Council.
Kathy Robinson. What was I? Still here.
Representing Logan District.
Yeah.
Catherine Buse, Cache County Council.
Joe Needham, also representing Logan District.
Damon Can, representing the Northeast District.
Okay, David Zook, Cache County Executive, and I'm the chair of this board.
Bruce Cook, I'm the Logan East District.
Reed Baldwin, I'm the south end of the valley representative.
Okay, thank you all for being here. I'd just like to run through our agenda really quickly and then we'll jump into it. So we're going to start off with a presentation, staff report, and Alma's going to give us an overview of the Rapz and Restaurant Tax Program and the process. And then after that, we will jump into the discussions and just start going through them. We have a record number of applications, a lot to get through. And we will go through as many of those as we can. By the time lunch gets here, we'll take a lunch break for as long as we need, but also as short as we can, so we can jump back in. So if we haven't gotten to your application by the time we get to our lunch break, we'll take a quick break and then come back. If we get through your item and you'd like to leave, feel free to step out whenever you need to. And we'll then, after lunch, come back and continue our review and rankings to determine our allocation recommendations. And then at the end, once we finish that, we'll do one final review, and we will then propose our recommendation to the county council for their final decision. With that said, are there any questions, board members, as far as the agenda process? Okay. That's the case, then I will turn the time over for number 2 on our agenda to Alma to do our staff report.
Okay, just a couple of announcements. We do have a sign-up sheet. If you haven't signed that, please do so. There's also an agenda. We will pretty much go in order of the applications in alphabetical order, and there's also a list over there, but please sign up if you haven't already. And I'll talk about a few things that the board members have. I do want to thank each and every one of them. We did have 21 more applications this year than last year, so there was a lot of material to cover. I do want to mention that if the board asks a question of somebody that's in attendance, if you could come to the podium. The speaker is just for the microphone is for the recording. And if you come to the podium, we can hear better. Apologize, there isn't like speakers. So, but yes, if you are asked a question, please come up here so that we can hear it on the recording. So I want to give just a really brief overview of what this program is. In November of 2002, the voters approved a 0.1% sales known as the Rapz, and Rapz stands for Recreation, Arts, Parks, and Zoo. And then in 1992, the Cache County Council approved a 1% sales tax on prepared foods. This is known as the restaurant tax. There's actually 2 programs that we have here, the Rapz program and the restaurant, but we've combined them into one application that is now in its 2nd year of being online, that you apply, and some of our board members reviewed them online. Anyway, the restaurant tax, the Rapz tax every 10 years has to go back to the voters, and so it was reauthorized in 2012 and 2022. As the funds come in, some of it is deducted for administrative fees, and then it's divided up into cultural and botanical, which is 40%, and then parks and recreation get 50% of that Rapz tax. Then there's 15% that is allocated to each of the cities in the valley based on their population, and then 35% of that ends up in a competitive application, which we will be reviewing today. And then Zootah, the zoo for the valley, can receive up to 10%. So as the applications come in, they are reviewed. It's either a city or municipality that's eligible or a nonprofit. They are evaluated. We make sure that they have their nonprofit status. I make sure our staff reviews and make sure that everything is submitted that was asked for. Then the applications are prepared for the board members to review, and they've been reviewing them over the last few weeks. And then they rank them on how likely they will fund them. And they have all of the materials, everything that was submitted with the application. The board has access to that and reviews it. So basically, the application opens in January. The deadline by code is the first Friday in March, which this year was March 7th. And then after that, they are prepared, given to the board, and they start reviewing them. We'll meet in this meeting, and this is just a recommendation that will go to the county council in their first meeting in May, and they have to approve the awards by the second meeting in May. Then after it's approved, the awards are approved, then it needs to be put in the budget. And once that is approved, then I'll send out letters to each of the entities that applied, and they will know whether they were funded or not. I just kind of want to review a few things, and the board members have access to these. They have some files that I put there. You have the rankings of each of the applications. There's an alphabetical ranking, and then total ranking, highest to lowest, which is another printout. And then I also included, it looks a little bit like this, is the funding from last year, if you want to kind of see what the funding was. And you also have the previous 5 years of funding for each of the entities. I do want to mention that as finance has been reviewing this, we discovered, and it was pointed out to us, that one of the awards from last year, which they were awarded $50,000, they canceled it, and that project would not, or is not going to take place, and so that money was moved back. And so I gave you a new printout of the new funding, and the file that I have up on the screen does reflect the $50,000 extra that is the total amount that's available for funding. So any questions from the board? Yeah.
What is the 10% that is eligible for Zootah? Is that obvious someplace and I've skipped over it?
Let me see what that amount is.
Thank
Are you
you.
asking what to?
Up to, yes, what is that amount? Yeah, I know.
That amount?
Yes, thank you.
So the 10% and it's up to that amount is $274,024.
Okay.
Any other questions? Bruce?
Just as a general observation, the restaurant tax went down $368,000 this year from last year. And the general Rapz tax went up $30,000, so we're down $330,000. I don't think I think we had more restaurants. Does anybody have a feeling for why the restaurant tax is down $360,000?
I don't.
I would have to assume.
I mean,
I'd
that
like to see
represents
state
a lot
trends
of
too,
restaurant sales.
to see if that's a trend that we could do with the state as well? I mean, to see if that's trending across the state or just here?
Yeah, I don't know more detail than,
Introduce yourself.
Wes Bingham, Finance Director. I would assume that it's a decrease in restaurant
Patronage.
patronage, yeah.
That doesn't feel logical to me. Do you have a feeling?
I don't know, I wonder if we should verify that we're looking at the same time
With the
frame.
state.
This is calendar year, right? Calendar year. I mean, it seems like we have more restaurants. It seems like it just doesn't feel, at 360,000 in sales tax, that the percentage
Wes, would you
just
be able to
is-
speak to how that is trending with the rest of our taxes collected for 2024 over the previous
So,
year?
so I think we need to dive into it a little bit, maybe, Bruce, and now that you've pointed it out, and just take a look. Our sales tax is down, I think, a little bit year over year.
Well, the Rapz
For all.
just was $30,000, but the restaurant tax was down 360.
Yeah, I'll have to take a look. Those numbers are provided by the state with monthly deposits. So I can look at some of the detail behind that if I
Well,
request the
we'll be here all
information.
day. If somebody can check into it and report back to us, we'd be happy
Sounds
to have
good.
you come up at any point.
Sure.
Thanks, Wes.
Yep.
Appreciate that. Good question. Any other questions from board members before we dive into this? Okay.
Just one other thing.
Are you done with your presentation now?
Yes, I am. So as the board, if you have questions for anybody who may be present, and as you come up, if you are invited by a board member, please state your name and what organization, so that we have that on the recording. So
Okay,
I
thank
am
you
done.
very much. And just for everyone's information, it's not usual that we have discussions with the applicants. However, sometimes there's a question, and so I appreciate you all being here in case there is a question, and if we do have that, we'll invite you to come up and answer the question. So with that being said, let's dive into this. We've got almost 100 applications here, and it's going to take us a little bit to get through them. So let's get started. The way that we normally do this is the order that they are in the binder, which is alphabetical order, and that takes us to number 1, which is Amalga Town.
They're requesting the 13,000 in the 2 prior years. We've given them $12,000 each year.
Yes, 10, 12, 12, 12, in the last 4 years. What is the preference of the board?
I would approve that we give
The
them
full
the
amount.
13,000.
Okay,
Second.
okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to look for head nods, unless it looks like there's something that we're split on. We're just going to use general consent to move forward. And if it looks like there's something that we need to vote on, I'll ask for a motion and a vote if it looks like we're close on something. But otherwise, just to get through this quickly, I'll look for general consent. So with that being said, if you have a concern or if you want to talk more about something, speak up. Otherwise, if we get a recommendation and I see head nods, we'll just move on.
Yeah, well, maybe a question,
okay?
a question I have maybe on pragmatic here is that, so we've got the 5,269,000 that is available, but we have a request of over about 8 million, is that total?
Yes.
So as we approach this, I think, you know, I guess if we approve everything, obviously, we can't, we don't have the budget to do that. And so, I don't know, I look at it though, so at the same time, we're actually looking to see which projects can we fund, you know, fully, which ones have to be cut, and which ones can't be done altogether.
Yes.
But I'll mention this probably maybe as we go. A lot of projects, as I look at them, at least the value of, I look at them and go, you know, particularly, let's say if they be with townships, I'm like, you know, how much are they putting into it, or they want us to fund the whole thing? You know, I like to see a balance of both sides. And I know we discussed that last time, but I just wanted to bring that up
Yes.
as we review this. But thank you.
Yes, thanks,
And
Joe.
sorry, my voice is going to be a little light all day. so. I'll only speak up if I have to.
Those are excellent
Microphone,
points.
yeah.
Sure, thank you.
Excellent points. We will, although the recommendation on this one is to give the full amount, we can't do that on everybody.
Yeah.
So we're gonna have to,
But this one I like, that they're funding most of it themselves. They're just really asking for almost half, so that's great. And
Yeah.
that's what I like to see. There's investment from their side too.
Catherine, do you have a question?
No, this is a question for Alma. As you're writing in the totals, will we see total allocation as we go, a running balance?
Yeah, there is a running balance, and I can scroll over to that.
Okay, that's that yellow right column that is a
Yes.
little, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That'll be helpful as we go to make sure we stay.
We sat in the wrong place.
Okay. Any other comments before we go on to the next one? Let's move then to number 2. Okay, this is American Festival Chorus and Orchestra.
My observation is that they're on a surplus the last 2 years. They're building the cash. We've given them $40,000 the last 2 years, few years. That's my recommendation is $40,000.
Yes.
Okay,
That's what I do.
I see a lot of head nods, so let's put 40,000 down for that. Move on to number 3. Okay, number 3, American West Heritage Center, and actually number 3, 4, and 5 are American West Heritage Center. So let's talk about all 3 of those together. We have representatives here if there are any questions.
I was putting that we would match what we put towards last year as $120,000 for their operating budget for their first request, their first priority.
I recommended 125 for the first, 51.5 for the second, and 125 for the third. I called and asked because in their presentation, they said that their plan was to raise $750,000 for the building, the new building, and they indicated that they have $600,000 committed already.
That's the tractor barn,
Yes.
And
the
the
third
education
priority.
center.
Yes.
And how much did you say for that? Excuse me, Bruce?
I said I was willing to give, they wanted 250, I said 125.
Yeah.
And I think they're a little optimistic in their estimation of how much they can raise from the additional operations, but 600,000 already committed out of 750 that they intended. I think
That's doing pretty good already.
Yeah.
I was along the same lines.
But observation is that, as I looked at the 250,000, didn't know what you talked about, Bruce, but looked at the income tax, 4990, it shows that they have 1.6 million in cash. So my question was, if they got 1.6 million in cash, that could fund all 250,000 if you didn't, if you didn't have the private donations. But if you have them, then you may only would have to take 200,000 or 150,000 or something like that. So I actually didn't give them anything, and figured that they could just take it from.
On the barn?
That's a big number, having cash.
On anything or just for their building request?
Just for the building request.
Oh.
Just on their third request.
Yeah, just number 5.
the tractor barn.
I also had 0 on the barn unless, out of respect and things I'm hearing here, I'd suggest maybe we put a star by the barn. Have that be one that we come back to. It scored lower than the other higher priorities for them. Put a star by it and then come back to it at the end. If we've still got dollars to give out, check that one out again. And if we don't, then maybe not.
I'm very much in favor of actually funding a big chunk of that barn for the mere fact of the volume of visitors is huge out there.
The number of people that they touch, the people they bring into the
It's
valley.
huge.
Yeah, it's one of our biggest attractions.
Weren't they including an education center in that building also, from what I read in
It'll-
here?
Their museum, everything.
Yeah. I can
I
go
think
back
that's
and
something
look.
that I don't think we ought to walk away from that. I'm actually really, I'd be pushing.
I think if we leave it to the end, there won't be much left. So we'll already make that choice.
I was along the same lines. I had the same amount as Bruce at the
I
half of
did.
the request at 125.
I figured if I was hoping to at least get half this year and even half next year, that we could be able to at least fulfill that 250,000.
you allocate it different than me because I have $500,000 left when I'm through.
Oh,
Yeah.
on that one.
Okay, I'm hearing a couple saying
I'm okay with
nothing and a couple saying half on that project. Is everybody on board with fully funding their first two requests?
Yes, I am.
Okay,
Yeah.
so let's put those down, Alma. So on the capital request for the barn,
Okay, so number 3, how much?
number 3 and number 4 fully funded.
Okay, you
And
kinda
then
tell me those
number
amounts.
5, we're still discussing. So on number 5, we have, I've heard a couple recommendations for half and a couple recommendations for 0. Who's gonna tip the balance here?
I'll say half as well.
I'll say half.
Okay, all right, let's put it down as half, and we'll move on then.
Half of it now and then push for the.
So that's 125,000 is what we're referring to as half for now.
Okay, so number 5
5,
is
125.
125,000.
Yeah.
Number 3, what's the amount?
51.5.
Right. And then number 4, the amount.
51.5.
51.5 on that one.
Number 3 was 125. Number 4 was 51.5.
There you go, yeah.
Okay, and that brings us then to number 6, the Bridger Folk Music Society.
51.5 and 125.
Okay, so now we're on number 6, Bridger Folk Music Society. What's the preference of the board?
Since they hadn't asked for any money since 2019, I figured we could probably spare $2,400 for them. I don't know, that was just my thought.
Proposal to fully fund them?
I'd put 1,000. Well,
1,000.
Okay, I'm hearing some fully fund at 2,400 and some 1,000.
Sorry, I didn't appreciate the value of this request.
I put 0 just the fact that they'd been so long without anything. I thought if they'd been 4 years without anything, probably the 5th year without anything, major impact.
How did they rank overall?
26.
26.
That's not a high score.
Real high score.
That's very low.
I have a hard time giving full funding, even though it's a small amount, given the lower score. But $1,000 to help them carry on some kind of programming, I
I'll
just
go
don't.
for 1,000.
We settle at 1,000 then?
Okay, I'm hearing a majority say 1,000, so let's do that.
$1,000.
$1,000 recommendation on number 6. That brings us to number 7, the Cash Children's Choir. Any recommendations from the board on the Cash Children's Choir?
As I analyzed it, it looked like they were building their cash, and so I said $10,000.
I had them at 12.
I had 12 as well.
So I thought the same thing. I thought they were.
Cash seemed fine. Yeah.
In the last 4 years, we've given them 10, 8, 10, and 16. Okay, so I heard a couple,
12 sounds good.
I'm comfortable at 12.
12.
Okay.
Yes, 12.
Okay, I haven't heard a majority say 12, so let's put down 12 for that one. That was number 7. That brings us to number 8, the Cash Community Band.
I have to recuse myself from this one. I still perform with that group. Good for you. So,
Okay. Okay, number 8, Cash Community Band. Recommendations from the board. They're requesting 6,000.
They scored low as
Super
well.
high, they
Yeah.
scored it at 24. That said, I've seen these bands perform, I appreciate what they add to the community. It's just hard for me to justify fully funding. I've got them at 4,000 instead of the 12,000 they requested.
I had a tough time understanding the request.
I think they requested 6. 6?
Total budget is 6,600. They're asking for 6,000.
About 90% of the budget.
Yeah.
well, since everything we do is free, there's no way to get any money. So, we do operate,
I was a little shocked that they had to go hire someone to pull or show up to be the driver or something.
We're running out of volunteers for that.
Really isn't. I would think that there
Yeah.
should be, that should be kind of an easy thing, you know, to just volunteer to drive in the parade.
It's like Dave's volunteering to drive for you.
Pulling that wagon is tricky.
If I had a county truck,
We got a few out there you could borrow.
They usually have trucks that they, that they just have drivers.
Is 4 the prevailing?
I think it is.
4?
Let's go 4.
I think 4.
Let's go with 4.
Okay, let's put 4,000 for cash community band.
The one other thing I'd throw out there in the record, just, I don't know if any, what feedback we can give. The bulk of the funding that they're asking for is to advertise their concerts on Connect buses. I would encourage this group, if they apply again in the future, to think a little more broadly about the scope and nature and what they can do besides just Connect bus advertising. Bus advertising is awesome. People should buy it and do it. We love our Connect friends. And I think thinking a little more broadly about the group, its operations, what they can do, how they can connect and interact with different pieces of the community besides just buying bus advertising is something I think would really strengthen this application if they come back for funds next year and get them out of the low 20s and get them up into the high 20s or low 30s. If they just think a little more creatively about what more they could do than just buying the same bus ads year in and year out.
Are you talking about cash community connections?
No, this is the Cash Community Band, but their application, if I understood, oh, nope, that is Cash
No.
Community
Yeah,
Connections, you're
I
right.
thought
I
that's
think
not
you're
us.
looking at the,
You're right. I'll have that discussion when that
Well,
item.
we're on that item now, so.
Okay. In the future, I would encourage them to consider putting in for things other than just bus funding. It scored well, we should provide some funding. They should be more, have a variety, a greater variety of ways to advertise and make people aware what's going on in the community, besides just reaching out to those who ride the buses.
I think it's very visible still as it's going up and down Main Street and you see the side of it.
Yeah.
It's
The people
constantly
outside can see
cycling
that.
through,
It's-
yeah.
Yeah.
It's constantly cycling through Logan.
The mobile billboard. Okay, so what is the board's preference on cash community connections? We've got a lot with the name cash. The whole rest of this page, the whole rest of this page
Amazing.
starts with the name cash, so.
It scored fairly high. I had funded it at 4,500. It scored a 32.
I was thinking, oh,
anyway, let's say
I was
you're right
thinking
in the
about
ballpark,
5, but
45, 5, 3,
I funded the whole thing.
the whole thing,
I did too,
the whole thing.
the whole thing. Because we gave them 58,
Look-
50 the last few years.
We've given them the same thing for the last 5 years, 58, 50, and I think they
So they've
have a
been,
good program. They do a good job with what they have.
they provide a lot for those summer citizens.
Yeah, we want to make sure we keep them coming.
Yeah, every week they have something at the
Are you
time.
saying full funding?
Well,
Yes.
well, yes.
Yes, okay, all right, full funding, I see 4 head nods, so let's go full funding on that one. Cache Community Connections. That brings us then to Cache County Event Center, and we actually have number 10 through 16, number 10 through 16 are fairgrounds and event center. The first one is event center, and then the next.
I have a question on the sheet.
They're hard.
I have a note that I thought the request was for 20,500 rather than the 34.
Yeah, I saw that same thing, and that was the request was 25, or 20,500, and then all of a sudden it looked 34,300, and I couldn't. Like we're funding the whole thing.
Which one is that? The first request?
It says their funds requested, but, Yeah.
20,500.
yeah.
it has to do with the Cache Valley Cheese and Dairy Festival that they've done the last few years.
I don't know much
They go
about it.
along
Has
with the
anybody attended that?
20,500.
Yeah, if you look on the second page, or on the
Or I haven't ever gone.
application proposal, which is page 4, the funds requested is 20,500, but our sheet says 34,300.
Which is in their 2025 budget. That's it, they have the 34,300 in the budget.
That's the budget, the total budget.
And this is actually less than it was last year.
Because they returned some, right, Alma?
Yes, they did.
So if we give them the full,
20,000.
give them their full funds requested, it's less than what they, You know, which one do we go by? The one that's out of their budget or the one that's in the application?
On the application, it's 20,500, so it's probably an entry error on my part.
The 34.3
Yeah.
is an entry error?
We're on your item right now, so.
500.
We'll come back to it.
Appears on the
How long?
application, correct.
Minutes? Okay. All right, we'll see in a minute. Okay, Bart is on his way over here right now. He'll be here in about 5 minutes, so let's skip this one and the other fairgrounds ones for a moment. He'll be here in a minute, and then we can ask him this question and any others we have on
Go to
fairgrounds.
17.
Yeah, so let's just jump to 17 for the moment, and then we'll bump back down to 10 when he gets here. So number 17 is Cache County Trails, and actually 17, 18, 19, and 20. So we have 4 trails proposals.
I recommended that on the first one, number 17, that we fund that as requested. The same on 18 and 19, we fund as requested. But number 20, I recommended 151,000.
I guess I just have a little heartburn about salaries being under the Rapz tax. I know you can do it, I don't know, I'd like to see projects, I guess, but.
Yeah, that's, the council's had that discussion over recent years, and that's been their preference, is to use this funding for that. But yeah, I know what you mean. However, I will tell you, it's a good investment. This program has been very successful. We make an investment in their salaries, and just in the past year, they brought in nearly $5 million in grants, which some of that's counting this Rapz money, but most of it is not. So they're doing a good job, and it's a good investment.
And speaking to that point, a lot of what they can get for matching funds has to prove that they're doing these studies first.
Yeah.
Right, so this is the first step in order to get matching funds elsewhere.
Yeah, which we did last year. We gave them some money for studies, and they went and got millions of dollars. So, okay, so we had a couple of, so on the first 3, you were recommending full funding. So does anybody have different thoughts on those first 3?
I won't vote for the full funding on the 2 studies.
Not on the studies?
I won't.
Me
That's just-
either.
I won't.
Studies?
On the 2 studies. I will on number 17, the full funding on that, but the other 2 studies, I think that's something that ought to just, I'm sorry, I have heartburn with just us spending a whole bunch of money.
Let's deal
on
with
stuff.
17. Does anybody have a concern with full funding on 17?
This is just cost of living raises for those salaried
This is, yeah,
positions then.
this is funding that program, okay. So let's fully fund 17.
All right.
That brings us then to 18 and 19, which are studies.
Did you give this?
And these studies are what they use to go after other grant money, which,
They're pretty critical, because that is the tool to.
The return for those is just, we've seen when they've come and presented their budget to the council, the return on those is way more than is given these, and so I think that it's worth 100-fold, yeah.
Yeah, and last year there was a $500,000 for the Bonneville Shoreline Trail Extension, a grant that came to us to support that project, and the investment was $30,000. I don't know where you get that kind of return on investment elsewhere. I totally agree. I'd love to see brick and mortar. I'd love to see them actually building trails. In this case, we have a program where there's a strong track record of producing insane returns on investment for the dollars that get put in. And so at least in this context, now I did have suggested, I think for 18, I suggested funding at 35,000. And for 19, if we have the funds to support it, provide some, if not most of the funding. But I do think the return on investment just is really strong for
okay, so how many people are saying full funding on those 2 studies? Okay, so I see a majority on that, so let's put full funding on that one. And that leaves us then with,
So 18, sorry.
18 full funding, 19.
Okay.
18 and,
40,000. Oh, excuse me, 40,000.
they're both 40,000.
Okay.
Yeah, do you have one, do you have this sheet that shows?
I do, but I want to make
Hard
sure
to
that
keep
we're getting
track.
the right
Okay.
amounts.
So that brings us then to number 20, which is the Bonneville Shoreline Trail Phase 1B, and the request was $394. And your recommendation, Bruce, was what? Half funding?
151.
151.
I must have tied it to something I'll have to look at.
Other thoughts on that one?
I'll
I'll be
support the
fine.
match of that, the
Yeah.
150
Okay.
there, so.
That was phase 1B, the minimum required match is 151. So that's what I funded. It was the phase 1B minimum required match of 151. We had excluded phase 2. That's what I recommended funding.
Okay.
So are they, I'm sorry, I don't have it up, my computer is really hard to get through to all those. The building out of phase 1 and phase 2, is that proposed to be simultaneous in the application? I'm just looking
The
for the
phase 1B
optimizing.
The phase 1B total cost was 755.
Okay,
The minimum required match is 151.
51.
And that's what I proposed. State preferred match is 377.5.
We're at 394.
Okay. 151. We have a couple of representatives from that department. Will you please come forward so we can ask a couple questions? I just want to make sure we're correct in what we are looking at here. So we're assuming that if we gave you 151, you would be able to do this project. Is that correct?
Yes, for phase 1B.
Angie Zetterquist with Development Services, Emily Fletcher, Trails Assistant. She probably has more information on the breakdown there.
Yeah, so the 151,000 would go towards the Bonneville Shoreline Trail Appropriation Fund that we've applied for, and that would be the match for it. So the next phase that would be built.
And so would we expect to get the remainder of the necessary funds from the state as a grant from them?
Yes.
And so if we don't match at a higher amount, do you think, does that make us less competitive in our grant, or do you think we'll still have a good chance of getting it?
For the Appropriations Fund, I don't think it makes it less competitive, but for the next section, so for phase 2, it would be less competitive, but we have a little more time for that one.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? Okay, so it sounds like the recommendation was 151 even? Okay, 151. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so Bart is here now. Bart, will you come forward? We're going to jump back down to numbers 10 through 16, our event center and fairgrounds. And Bart, we had a question about the cheese and dairy budget. There are a couple of different numbers in the proposal. One I think was 20,000, one was 34,000. We're just trying to clarify what exactly the request was on number 10, which is.
Okay, so the request was for 20,500 and not what was listed there at 34.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so that answers that question. So based on that, what is the preference of the board on this one?
I would fund 100% to the 20,500.
Okay, we have a recommendation to fully fund that one. Okay,
That's what I've got, I circled that one, so.
I see several head nods, so we'll do the full funding, the 20,500 on number 10. And then that brings us then to 11th.
That's a neat strategy in preparing your applications is to put a higher number.
Oh, no, I only need half of that.
I can continue to do that if that works.
So that brings us then, we have then projects 11 through 16. We don't necessarily have a question for you yet, Bart, but
Okay.
stay there as we go through 11 through 16, which are all fairgrounds requests.
I do have a question on 11. So Bart, you had a note that you returned 19,200 on this project last year. So what happened? I mean, concert in the park?
So we
suicide
ended up with entertainer that didn't cost us as much.
Oh, okay.
So that money was returned,
Okay.
and now we're reapplying for it. Yes.
For the future in your application, could you include an estimate of how many people attend?
Yeah.
Is that possible?
I thought I had that in there. This past year, it was about 2,000 people is what we had attend that. I know in past applications, I have included that.
I don't recall seeing it.
Okay.
I made a note, and so.
Apologies, I thought I had that on there.
It's about 55% of the budget. Right, looks like it. That's what we'd be funding.
Yeah. And that, yeah, and the rest of that event is paid for through donations that we solicit.
Yeah, and historically, you've returned a lot because you've been able to get donations, and you've had this as kind of a stopgap in case.
Correct,
Okay.
yes.
Okay. What's the preference on this one?
I've got the full funding on
I
the
do
25,000, or the, yeah.
Last year, they used 20,200.
And that was my recommendation, that we give 20,000, but I'm willing to.
25,000, that's what I
whatever
have.
you feel.
That really depends on the entertainer we get. We found that the bigger names entertainer that we get, which obviously costs more money, the better attendance that we've been getting. So last year we went with somebody that was a little lesser known, and our attendance kind of took a hit.
Okay, so I heard a couple over here for 20 and a couple over here for 25.
Full funding from my part.
Funding. Okay, I'm seeing a majority for full funding, so let's do the 25. That brings us then to number 12, which is the northwest corner and monument construction.
I was uncomfortable with this one. I don't know why, but I was.
So Bart, some of this is going to be for handicap sidewalk approaches also.
Correct.
From what I
On
understood,
that corner.
Yes.
so that they can access with wheelchairs easier?
Wheelchairs,
Just-
in those sidewalks, you see the little bumpy things out at the end. Yeah, it's those kind of improvements as well as rebuilding the sign that used to be there.
What happened to it?
It was made out of wood and it fell over.
Okay.
It had been there for quite some time.
Yeah.
Okay, any recommendations from the board on this one?
I kind of grouped all the next five together, 1, 2, 3, 5 of them, and you're requesting 334,000. And I thought if we worked at doing the whole thing in one package, instead of each one of them individually, that way you'd still get the full amount that you wanted. I don't know if that would work or not.
So what's your proposal?
The proposal would be, in total, there was 334,000 that they requested. They were awarded last year 280,000. I would go ahead and one that Bruce talked about, you didn't fund that first one for the 55,000. I didn't include that, but the other 4 I did, and that totaled up to $280,000. Those remaining 4.
So you're proposing do not fund the monument, but fully fund the rest of them?
Yes.
Okay, explain to me, I guess I didn't catch that in going through. I was thinking this was just the monument. Tell me what portion of that is for handicap, you think? Just guess.
The handicap part of it is probably only a small portion of it, 10,000 or less, 5,000 even. And some of that, I believe, we're going to be able to get donated by Logan City. Will help provide some of that stuff, but it's unknown at this point. So my gut is that we'll be able to give back some of that funding because we will have Logan City donation or they've offered some in-kind work, but the value of that I don't know yet.
Another question then, as we talk about all of these combined on Project 15, which is the ventilation fan upgrade, is this an addition to the one we approved in 21?
So most of that money was given back from 21. There's been some engineering or design work that we've paid some money to, but we've been unable to find the right thing to make this work. We think we found that now. So that money has since come back and we're asking for that again.
Okay. And then, the backup generator, did we approve a generator last year?
Yes, and that one was for the event center. This one is for the rodeo arena and the point-to-point data network that supplies internet throughout the county. We're kind of a kingpin for sending that signal out. So that's what this backup generator would be for.
So that's a safety issue.
It's a safety issue, yes.
13, yeah.
It allows us to evacuate the rodeo arena in the event of a power outage.
Can those two be combined in some way?
Two generators?
They're a block or two apart, so they're quite a distance. I'd love to be able to.
All right.
Okay, so we have a proposal to not fund the monument number 12, but to fully fund 13 through 16.
I'm in favor of 13 through 16 fully fund, and then let's, if we can, put a
Star
portion-
12.
Put a partial, at least to get to the handicap portion of that, where that monument is.
And what's your proposal for that amount?
I would say 10,000.
Okay, so we have a proposal for 10,000 for number 12 and fully fund 13 through 16.
Could we come back to it if we happen to have money left over again?
Okay.
I think we need to have an entrance sign to the fairgrounds of some sort, but
Okay, I'm seeing enough head nods to do that. So let's do 10,000 then for number 12, the
Come
northwest
back
corner
if we-
monument
yeah.
construction. And then we're gonna fully fund 13, 14, 15, and 16. And that brings us then down to number 21. So number 21 is the Cash Pioneer Museum. And the $9,000 request.
What number? Sorry, 21?
21.
The full thing.
Me too.
Yes.
I
agree.
Okay, full funding on that one. We'll move on to the next one.
What number was that?
That was
21 for
21 is
9,000.
9,000.
Was that a 1,000 increase?
Yes,
Then?
it was.
And I kept them at the same date, so, but I'll go in the 9.
Okay, so that brings us to Cache Valley Center for the Arts, and they are numbers 22,
23, and 24.
24.
Ranked really high, at 37.
They're asking for a lot less than last year.
Yeah.
I would propose that they're requesting maybe 270,000, and that we go ahead and give them on those three a combined total of 220,000. So 50,000 less than what they're,
I suggested 100,000 on 22, 150,000 on 23, and 15,000 on 24. And I am not independent in that request. I sit on their board.
But they do a great job, so, I guess very important to the community. I do, just near full funding.
Fully fund all three of them.
You're really just cutting the 20,000 to 15, and the rest stay the same.
I dropped them to 15 on that last one on the marketing portion. The rest I full funded, so.
The scores on the first two reflect, I think, something that merits full funding on those.
So let's pause for a second. So is everybody okay with full funding on those first
Yes.
two?
Yes.
Okay, I'm seeing the majority of those. So
100,000.
on the first two for Cache Valley Center for the Arts, 22 and 23, full funding, 100,000 and 150,000.
150,000.
And then let's talk about
The 20,000 for the out-of-area marketing.
20,000 for out-of-area marketing.
I had that at 10.
And Dave had it 15.
I had it at 15.
I had it 15.
15? Sounds like 15
Okay,
is prevailing.
I'm hearing a majority of 15s. Will that work for you?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Okay, so we'll do 15, the first two fully funded, the third one, 15,000. Okay, let's then go to Cache Valley Chamber of Commerce. We have two proposals, numbers 25 and 26.
I I don't think that we've had this City Center Business Association before.
We did not.
We,
It's new.
can we get an explanation of this?
Jamie, would you come forward and tell us a little bit about what the plan is and the proposal?
Jamie Andrus, Cache Valley Chamber, and Jeanette Esplin also with the Chamber. We are applying for a new organization called the City Center Business Association. As you can see by the application, there are at least 5 huge major events that we've done on our own in the downtown on Center Street. We started it, we called it the Center Street Association, but to be more inclusive, we thought we should change the name to the City Center Business Association. This is primarily to focus on bringing major events in the downtown where the street needs to be closed. And what we agreed to with the businesses in the downtown is it might make sense for the chamber to just be the overarching umbrella and help organize not the actual events, because like the Pumpkin Festival, Anderson still want to own the details of that. But what we were asking for this money is for supporting each of these events in road closures, extra trash. It's several $1,000s, about $10,000 every time you want to do an event in the downtown for, to close the roads. And on Center Street, like for the Pumpkin Festival, we had 20,000 people come about. Is that right, Julie? Does that seem about right? 20,000 people. Our first year was wildly successful. The second year was even bigger. And it just means more. And so in order for the chamber to take this on, we thought we would help with our own labor and our own organization and work with the businesses, but that if we had some Rapz money to help start with that, and we would just help with the closures on those.
We fund that in the past.
The individual organizations paid for them, and most.
Through who? How was the money raised and how was it dispersed?
So, for instance, the Pumpkin Festival, they paid for Anderson's Seed and Garden.
Okay.
Is that what they paid for the funding? The funding came from advertising, sponsorships, rentals for the vendors' booths, exhibit booths, and there was no admission for that. Food vendors, those kinds of things. So those fees come together.
To whom?
They went into Anderson's, yeah. And the city center organization, Center Street, was never formally organized. So we're just trying to get an organization.
Pumpkin walk.
Pumpkin, no,
Pumpkin Festival.
the giant pumpkin festival, yeah. Yeah, they did, but all the other businesses helped. There's a huge committee. We all work together, the Visitors Bureau, the Chamber, the businesses surrounding on Center Street. We all worked together to help with it, and we all gave our manual labor, many hours of our own labor that we went to help organize that event. And so what we would like to do is, if we could get a little bit of startup funding, we'd like to formalize this organization, and the chamber will help manage just getting those organizations and those events started and help them. And we did also get, we talked to Logan City, and for the Christmas event, the tree lighting, the parade, it's grown quite a bit. We see some bigger opportunities for the Christmas time. We did get a commitment for them. They've got some budgeted money for that, I think $10,000 just for that event, that they will help with and they will give to us.
Thank you for the explanation. Any questions?
If I may.
Questions?
So we have the Logan Downtown Alliance. This is not in conjunction with them. This is a separate organization.
That's correct.
Okay.
Similar mission.
Similar mission. But in the last 3 years that we've organized, we've put together events that bring many, 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 many times more people downtown than
I've been
anything
to
that the Downtown Alliance has
Yeah, I've been to them with my
been
family.
able to
There's
do.
tons of people there.
Yeah. Yeah, so, and the Latino Festival is one of them, huge, it's growing. The Christmas celebration, the Halloween, the festivals. We see a lot of big potential, but we also want to move also some things over to Church, Federal, and that area and use that block as well. And again, there are fees associated with any time you want to close the street or use the parking lot, there are permits. And we just want to be we'd like to be the organization that helps facilitate that.
So is this going to be a department of the chamber?
Yes. A committee, if you will. Not really a department.
That's what
Yeah,
it is.
yeah, a committee.
Are all of the businesses down there on Center Street, are they open for business? So they're getting benefit?
Absolutely.
from
All of
having-
those are, especially the restaurants. Now, we have at least 5 on that street alone. We're going to have them around the corner. It will come over. We work like the Pumpkin Festival also was in conjunction with the Gardeners Market, then the Pumpkin Festival this year, Cheese and Dairy. We did it all, and, you know, the people just went from one place to the next to the next. It was fabulous. But we envision the potential for a lot more really great events coming in our downtown, not only in the Center Street, the Center Block, the Plaza, and now over to this part of
So the
First.
businesses definitely profit by,
The businesses, and you can see by our letters of support that the businesses were very supportive of this.
and I would think if I was a business, I'd be very happy about having that being there. And so I'm thinking to myself, if the businesses are being rewarded by them being there, do we need to fund them anything?
Well, this,
Because if I'm a business, I'm thinking.
We're not giving the money to the businesses. We're just using any funding that we get from you will be to help facilitate an overarching big event that just pays for road closures. We will not be handing any money to any businesses.
yeah, I think what he's saying is it's generating money for the businesses by bringing patrons, but that's exactly what the restaurant.
That's the
funds
whole
are made.
idea.
That's what the restaurant dollars are supposed to be for, is
And-
to bring
and-
people so they spend money in restaurants and.
And
generate more
if the
tax.
restaurant attendees and the attendance in their restaurant patronage is down, these type of events do nothing but bring up the numbers in the restaurants and the awareness. And we've got many new places that, you know, some people have never been. And when they come to a Center Street event, they're like, oh, we got a pizza place here, we got this. So I think it's beneficial.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, preference from the board.
I guess one question that came up over here was just that with the cost of closing the street, if Logan City is contributing a bit, wouldn't they just contribute to not have so many fees to close the street? Is a thought.
They could do that.
Yeah, it looks like,
Really,
well,
this
some
is-
of our cost is just going to pay Logan City
Yeah,
for
this
street
is
closures,
just-
which
this is just-
doesn't
Right.
seem like,
Like if Logan City's partnering on this, then partner, but don't just have it come from this fund to their
yeah,
funds.
we don't need to pay Logan City.
Saying we want to withhold that from Logan's application?
Yes.
I say come back to this one, I'm not comfortable with it myself.
Yeah, this one scored quite low. And the discussion helped me to see the connection of the mission of Rapz a lot better than when I originally scored it. I do worry a little bit about, is Rapz the right funding?
It's not,
Should
it's
cities
not.
be
If I could just
involved?
stop you
Oh.
there, RAPS is not the right funding for this. This will not be funded with RAPS. This will be funded with restaurant tax.
Oh, gotcha,
So,
gotcha.
so just to remind everybody, we have two funding sources that we're distributing today. One is RAPS, which should be used for recreation, arts, parks, and zoo, and it comes from a general sales tax. And the other is restaurant tax. So the restaurant tax comes specifically from restaurant food. And the purpose for that is to get people in restaurants, to get people to come here, to get people to come to events. And the purpose of this event, and I know it's new, so it's thank you, Jamie, for the explanation, because we need to wrap our minds around this concept. But what they are doing is they're creating events to generate more restaurant tax. which is exactly what the restaurant tax is supposed to be used for. Restaurant tax is supposed to be used as an investment to generate more restaurant tax, to get more people here, to get more people in hotels, to get more people here in the valley so they go to the entertainment venues, that they shop in our stores, all of those kinds of things. So this is different, and it's important. If you look on this alphabetical list that we all have, Alma has put in right before all of our scores is a column that says eligibility, Rapz Restaurant Bowl. And she says on there which of these funding sources we should be using for it. And if you look at this one, it says restaurant, and that's what's on this one. Some projects we could use either, some would only qualify for Rapz, some would only qualify for restaurant. And in this case, this is a restaurant tax investment. And that's how we should view these, is we're investing this money back into getting people into restaurants. And if we look at their numbers, compared to many of these other things we're doing, this is one of our best returns on investment. Just like we were talking about with trails, that's a Rapz one, but with the trails, that's a really good investment, really good return on our investment. And I think that's one of the primary factors we should look at when we consider these is this going to help us generate more Rapz tax? Is this going to help us generate more restaurant tax? This one absolutely does. This is a huge event, and we're funding other things that have way less participation than these. These are some of the biggest events that we have in the valley, and they're brand new. They're new events, and they're already very popular. So just wanted to clarify what we're talking about here. So with that, I'll turn it back to the board.
With that in mind, I think what that helps me to see some things. I would suggest then putting $10,000 with a star by it and come back and look to it at the end. I know that's not much, but let's see if there's something. If every community, do we end up with the Smithfield Commerce Alliance and the Northland Commerce Alliance? And so I'm curious to see what can be done with this, because I get the investment logic. I still have a little hesitation in some ways, but wouldn't be averse to an experiment, especially if we had a chance to look at the amount of the funding at the end. And on the other one, I have near full funding at $60,000 for the Summer Citizens Program. And
I'd like to see you approach Logan City and see if there's a possibility they can reduce those fees or come in with something to help with these events, because it seems unfair that you're being burdened with paying for the road closures when.
They'll charge it anyway. It's not really permitting as much as it is extra police force. You have to pay payroll, garbage pickup. They're actual costs associated.
I realize that.
I think the permitting part is small, but I'll be honest, I don't have it.
That's
actual
fair.
breakdown to tell you.
Yeah, the
These
police
events are
aren't free.
weekends, so they're having to pay extra
understand
overtime
that.
staffing.
But it's benefiting Logan City too, so it just seems like it would. Mostly.
All of it.
This is similar to the fairgrounds with the cruise-in, when
Yeah.
eventually the city said, hey, we can't just keep doing everything for free. And so they just put a cost, and they really can't benefit one group versus another. And so if they did that there, then other groups can say, well, heck, we'll do my stuff for free too.
Well, I wasn't saying for free, even if they would reduce something or, I don't know.
They've put some money in their budget, they told me, for $10,000 they'll give us to.
For all of those events? That's
No.
not just for the Christmas one.
The question I had, so if a food truck comes from out of the valley, do they have to pay the Rapz tax to Cache Valley?
How does
They-
it track?
I'm sorry,
They
restaurant
have
tax.
to-
Track where
they have to pay
it's
restaurant tax.
registered, but does it track where that food truck is registered or the point of sale of where it actually sold? Because that feels like,
So if they come to
but
Cache
that
Valley,
feels like they'd have
you
to
get
do a
that.
little bit, they'd have to have some sophistication in their books to be able to know that it comes back to us, I think. Like,
Yeah,
if it's a
it should
Kaysville
be.
World's Best Corn Dog,
Just
and
because
they come up
events
here,
bring food, food vendors.
It is the point of sale. That was a bill that's, passed here just to.
so they
It's
do have to have
supposed
some
be
type of
here.
sophistication in there.
How exactly it's
That's
being
good.
tracked, I don't know, but it's supposed to be here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so, I heard a recommendation from Damon.
I'd lean maybe more towards 20, half funded.
Okay, half funding, I see a couple nods on half.
I'm in favor of 10, but that's all I'll
I've
support.
been to each one of the events that they've
Yeah.
had. It is crawling with people.
Huge.
Like, you can barely walk on the sidewalk. There are so many people there. And so I think as far as exposure,
I guess I should disclose I do have a business on this, on the street. But, you know, actually I filled out a survey recently. They were asking, hey, is this beneficial? I think it's beneficial for the restaurants. For the tenants I have renting there, I fear for them that the traffic's so heavy that people can't patronize them through the day. So it's actually bad on some of the businesses. So it's definitely good for restaurants. But when it comes to at least a balance, yeah, it's definitely not strong for all businesses on that street.
Okay, so I heard a recommendation for half funding on this. How many head nods do I see on that? I see a couple head nods. Yes, okay, I see a majority. So we'll do 20,000 on that one and see how it goes. I think it's a good investment. Thank you for doing this. But then that brings us to the Summer Citizens, which was a $75,000 request.
I'll support the 60 that was presented.
Damon said 60, I will go with 60. Did you say 60?
I did, yes.
I got 62.
62 or 60?
60
As well.
also.
60 as well.
60 also.
Well, last year was the first year that the chamber took this over from USU. I mean,
What were they
they,
funded last year?
a huge,
That
What did we fund them last year?
60,000.
huge commitment.
is 60,000 last year.
If they don't come, we have no money.
yeah, we need to have those citizens come back.
I'll only agree to that if they take Wendy Hassan with them.
They did. Okay, any
Well,
other,
I just think they need more than 60.
you think more than 60?
I think
Can we
it's,
start it, come back to it? But not to deprive you of the ability to advocate for more right now.
Extra.
I worry coming back to it may go down.
I was gonna say, if we, I
Yeah.
don't know if we're gonna.
See what we have left. You can start at put it 60 and then start it and come
Okay,
back to it.
we're gonna put that, it sounds like we have the majority at 60 on that one, so let's put 60,000 on the Summer Citizens. And that brings us then to number 27, Cache Valley Children's Museum.
I had heartburn on this one and I didn't give them any money.
I love the idea of a children's museum coming to Cache Valley. The mechanism by which they propose to use
Yeah.
these funds to promote it in the form of a float is not what I think would be.
not a good use of money.
Not a float is,
It's gonna be gone after the parades.
Yeah, but
And I scored it really low because of that.
yeah, me too. A float is not.
I'd move no funding.
Okay, I hear a couple no fundings. Okay, it looks like no funding for that one. That brings us to number 28, the Cache Valley Civic Ballet.
They are doing 4 shows instead of 3, but I had a little heartburn again with the hiring of an executive director included in this proposal, and I don't know, I just, they do charge for their performances, and I realize that they do a great job with the Nutcracker. We go every year, but I just,
I will say that this is only 21% of their
That's
total
true.
funding, which I thought was fairly low. But even at that, I had them at 35,000, but that might be a little low for the rest of you, I don't know.
I did 25.
I had 25, I don't object to 35.
go for 35.
I'd lean to the 225s though.
'Cause
I'd go for the 25.
25.
25,
Okay, it looks like we're at 25. 25,000 for the Cache Valley Civic Ballet. That brings us to the Cowboy Rendezvous.
21,000.
Really high score.
I'd give them the 25. But the 21. Wait a minute. At the 21.
They're asking for 21.
They're asking for 21. They're gonna give
Yeah.
more they asked for.
They're asking for more than they did last year.
21 flat.
Last year's 18,000.
What's that?
Last year they received 18,000. I put the same amount they got last year.
I would lean towards that too.
Yeah.
Did they say what their attendance numbers were? Can't remember seeing that.
I don't know what it was, but it was crowded.
What's that? What's that?
I said, I'm not sure what the attendance was, but I know it was crowded.
I'm just thinking parity-wise, we just talked about these Chamber of Commerce events. 300,000 to people, and we gave them 20. Last year we gave 18 to this one. Okay, I heard several different numbers. What's the preference of the board?
I'd go with 20, if you want to be fair with the other group.
20?
Well, but we were just talking about the other one brings, I think,
More
a lot more
Brings
people.
25,000
Not exactly.
people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the
I
others do
don't-
multiple events.
I don't know the attendance on this event, I've never been to this.
I've never attended. Is it Mountain Crest?
Fairgrounds.
The fairgrounds.
The event center. And they've had increased attendance there and a lot of, they bring in quite a few of beginning entertainers. So it's busy.
You've been there.
Oh, yeah, it's really busy.
Yeah, it's a good event. The only reason I bring that up is mostly to have you think about the chamber one.
Yes.
If you feel comfortable giving this one over 20,000. So what's the proposal? 20, 21? What did I hear?
I'd move 18.
We're at 18 right here.
18?
You said 18, same as last
Okay,
year.
18,000.
Okay.
Yeah, same as last year.
18,000 for Cowboy Rendezvous. That brings us to number 30, Cache Valley Cruise In. And looks like they're asking for 49,000. 49,800.
Did they say how much, somewhere on here you said how much we gave them last year? I couldn't
Yeah,
find it
the
in,
Cache Valley.
could we ask the applicants to make sure they put what they got last year on their
The
application?
exact number, not just the amount, but in every one of
Yeah.
those categories of historical funding, I would love to see the exact.
Yeah, me too, because it
That's a good
gets
idea.
confusing, they just kind of,
I just rolled the 40,000 from last year forward again.
That's exactly what I had,
Yeah.
40,000 from last year.
Any other thoughts? Okay, I see head nods for 40,000. Let's do 40,000. That brings us to number 31, the Cache Valley Cup.
I'm really conflicted on this one because it is an organization where you pay to participate, but also, like full disclosure, my kids play in that cup each year, and we play teams from Wasatch, from Utah County, from like all over. They are coming from Idaho, so that means they're staying here, they're eating here, they're using restaurants here and hotels, etc. So this one,
It shows they're being funded by the restaurant. So
yeah,
you're right.
yeah, so they are definitely patronizing while they're here.
How long is the event? Is it just a day?
No, it's
3 days.
Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
Yes, that's pretty good.
Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 4 days.
This is the first time they've ever made a request, right? Yeah.
This is the first request. They're a nonprofit, and so the only thing that it can be used for is tourism.
So I would,
They're bringing 175 to 200 teams, which comes out to about 2,000 to 3,000 people.
are they all played in the north end of the valley?
They've been in North Logan the last several years, and other points. Some in the Cache Recreation Complex where investments of this board have provided the capacity for events like this to take place through the things that we've developed and put throughout the valley. And maybe this isn't always the right lens to use, but I think it's worth considering, of what would, so if a lacrosse group says, well, we're gonna host a tournament, and they come and apply for funds, and then there's another soccer group that comes and applies, and it becomes, on the art side, we have some umbrella organizations that help to build capacity and then allow for those things to happen, and I wonder if that might not be the right course on this side as well. I don't know if that means, but I just, this one's a tough one for me. I can see how it checks a lot of boxes on the restaurant tax, and it does bring a lot of people. On the other hand, it just feels a little further afield from things we've funded like this in the past, and so I'm just kind of stuck in.
I believe, isn't there another big soccer thing that uses almost the whole valley?
I think this is the last
is
one.
the one.
It used to be the whole valley, but they haven't been using all the rest of the fields. I don't know why.
Remember, Skyview, they had people up there playing at Skyview, they had people, and I talked to some, they were using the whole valley, but then this one here was kind of.
Yeah, I don't know why
smaller.
they don't play on other fields.
They just utilize mainly North Logan fields. There's about 8 to 10 fields in North Logan they just use both. I think they bleed over into Hyde Park as well.
I didn't fund it at all because I just thought it was just kind of a smaller.
Well, now, out of the budget, because we're really talking about two different monies, we're talking about the Rapz and restaurants. This one, if we're following it under restaurants, I mean, how much, are we worried about how much money we're allocating for versus one versus the other? When it comes to the.
It works out at the end.
Kind of works out at the end?
It works out at the end.
Enough that can do both.
Okay.
We make sure we get
it from the right budget,
Yeah.
right pots
of
money.
But I agree, it's like, you know, can we have all the groups doing little tournaments asking for money? But I think the merit of how big this one is multiple days, really adds to a very big different skew, where they're now staying in hotels, they're needing to be up here. You know, if it's just a, you know, I don't know, my kid has gone to some Kung Fu tournaments that, here locally, that are just small, but it's that scope of the impact that it's making on the community.
Yeah.
I was recently in Palm Springs, and there was a giant tennis tournament going on that obviously probably received, you know, encouragement to grow there, and now it's a big event there in Palm Springs. And I mean, not that we're gonna have big, huge tennis tournaments here with pros, but this is what we're trying to foster, is that people come to Cache Valley, similarly to some of the bike events or other things that go on. Is just, or even the downtown events, just like what brings people to Cache Valley?
Because there's the Fondo that we've funded for many years, and there's other similar,
Which-
like you said, the bike events.
Yeah, which I guess, because I love your outlook on that. It's just that, but like what brings people and makes Cache Valley a place, and if they stay, then it's this.
Destination.
You know, I really like this conversation, and I like that we're thinking about this. I almost feel like we should, on these restaurant ones especially, have them do a survey for us every year and have all their participants. Did you stay in a hotel? How many nights did you stay in a hotel? How many meals did you eat at a restaurant?
That would mean a lot to know.
What percentage of your teams came from outside Cache Valley?
This is not, this is North
This
Logan.
isn't them, they just have the,
This is North Logan City,
they
know
just charge
someone to
the
host.
fields, the team to play on their fields. How much do you charge on your fields for it? That's it? So
We
that's
don't
not,
have a representative here from this organization.
All right.
the only
They just know
question we
someone
can
because
really
they host.
ask is that question, probably. I mean, because otherwise the cost is reflected on those that come to participate, right? If the costs go up, then it just goes on those that come to participate, which it's pay to play, I don't know.
Yeah, you know, I like the Palm Springs example, Indian Wells, that's a good example, and I think about St. George a lot too. A lot of people do stuff like this in St. George. I know my kids went to tournaments down there, and that is something that really builds that economy. It supports restaurants, it supports hotels, it supports retail, when we have things like this, bringing people in. And I like the idea of supporting these types of things. I don't know if that's the kind of thing where we should always be supporting them. Maybe it's the kind of thing where we support them to help them get to some level and then they become self-sustaining. But I do like the visitors aspect, especially with this being a multi-day event. Because multi-day actually I think is preferred over those one day like that pumpkin festival we were talking about. That's not a multi-day. People might just drive up for the day and then drive home. These people are staying in hotels, which that's a whole nother source of revenue that we're not distributing today is the hotel tax that gets generated.
Yeah, I put down 5,000.
Bruce?
One interesting way to proceed might be to make a small investment off the bat, see what they can do with it, and document it and bring it back. That's
That's why I put 5,000
that could be a
down.
path forward.
Okay, we have a proposal for 5,000. Any other thoughts?
Well, I'd say, I'd recommend this, I'd like to see it at 10, but then I like the concept that I think they should tell us the numbers.
I think a survey would, be the applicant would be interesting to reach out to the applicant to do that survey so that they can back
Yeah,
up.
well, just on the application, I think you should ask for some information like this.
Yeah,
Is
and-
it multi-day, what's it, number of attendants?
Well, we could do that with all these restaurant ones. We could say, here's your money, however, there are strings attached. And grantors across the country do that, especially government agencies. They want reporting. Federal government's really good at that. And I don't see any problem with us saying, here's your money and here are the strings that are attached. You need to fill out this report and give us a report back if you want to be considered next year.
Yeah, I think it'll help us judge which events are,
Yeah.
you know, making a bigger impact to the
Yeah.
valley.
It's true.
Okay, so I heard 5 and 10.
I put in 5.
Am I the only 10?
5, 5,
5.
5.
I was gonna go with 10.
I guess I'll fall to the minority here.
Dave?
I'll go with 5, but I can't support it.
Okay, so we're at 5 on Cache Valley Cup. Okay, that brings us to number 32, Gardner's Market.
They sure had a jump.
On a very similar conversation of this one, I don't think this brings a lot of people from out of town, but it's very consistent. But I
They
just
have a map that they put up, and they have people mark where they're from, and they're from all over. I don't know if they're from all over years ago, or they're from somewhere else years ago, or they came that morning from another place, but.
I like that kind of creative data gathering, though, that gives us that kind of insight. And when I'm traveling, it's rare for me to say, I'm going to go to X place to go to their gardener's market, but it's the kind of thing that when my family travels, and we see something like that happening, we do end up going to be a part of that event.
I think that's what this is doing. Is it gives anyone who's waking up here on a Saturday morning during the summer going, what's there to do here? Oh, there's this.
Yeah.
And it's a big event.
Yeah, it's a great event.
I thought that was a pretty dramatic jump. I gave him an extra 1,000, I put him at 5,000.
I was gonna say 5, yeah, that's what I
5,
was thinking.
any other thoughts? on
I had them at
Gardner's
4.
From the
I had
gardeners.
4 also.
Let's go for 5.
I'm fine with 4, because
We got 2 5s?
it was a major jump, and I just didn't see it in there.
Yes. You're doing a good job.
Yeah. Okay, so I hear several 4s and a couple 5s.
I'll go 4 then.
Okay, sounds like we're at 4. Okay, 4 for Gardner's Market. That brings us to number 33, Cache Valley Men's Chorus. Cache Valley Men's Chorus, number 33.
I gave him the 1,000.
Yeah, I gave him
They were
1,000.
Yeah, me too.
Okay,
They are
$1,000.
very
Okay.
consistent all the way through.
All right, let's do $1,000 for number 33. That brings us to number 34, the Cache Valley Symphonic Society.
Is this one new? I believe it is a new one.
Yeah, they've not applied in the last 4 years.
But they're supporting the Cache Symphony Orchestra, the Mount Logan Symphony Orchestra, the New Horizons Orchestra, the
Right.
Good Times Marching Band. I mean, they've got 4 or 5 organizations. It's kind of like when the 4 theaters banded together to make their alliance. So this is just the same thing. They're doing what we wanted. They're making one umbrella organization underneath these other, or over these other organizations
And that's
too.
a great point. I like that better than sponsoring a proliferation of organizations.
yeah.
So I have funding for them. I didn't give the full 27. I think I was
gonna say
around
20.
12 or 15, but
I was gonna say 20.
I had him at 10 myself, but
Okay, I've heard 10, 12, and 15. Thoughts?
Gonna give them
Other board
20.
members?
10.
25?
Okay, I hear a couple 10s, 12, and a 15. What else?
15.
15 for sure.
If they're serving
that's
that
all you're
many,
gonna
if they're
give.
serving that many
15,
organizations.
okay, we've got 4 15s, so let's go with 15. Okay, that brings us to number 35, Cache Valley Visitors Bureau.
The sign gave up, did it, Julie?
Yeah, this is the new sign. I hadn't clarified, is the sign right out here, right? Is it the sign?
Both.
Yeah, both signs.
We are on number 35, Cache Valley Visitors Bureau.
Do they have an exact,
just for the signs?
signs are expensive.
Signs are
I
crazy
know, but
expensive.
Is that the bid already? Is that known?
I didn't send out a bid. The last time that we did it, it was 22, and we paid for it out of my budget for the whole signs for this building 10 years, more than 10 years ago. So I anticipate there may be some extra costs, and I thought that I could take that money from my reserves to make any difference. David wants signs that say more Cache County and the Visitors Bureau, so, that's all.
You're saying Cache County's gonna take the bigger part of it? Well, anyway,
I'm in favor of taking it all out of your reserve.
Well, I'd say we just fund it all the way through. You know, like similar to parks though, let's say if it doesn't come in as expensive, does the money come back?
Yes,
Yeah,
absolutely.
yeah, they'll only
Here
request
internally.
reimbursement. So that, on all of these, they have to go spend the money, then they come get reimbursement.
Yes. Say, let's do it full.
I have it at full as well.
Yep.
Okay, full. Good. Okay, I've got a majority for full vote, or full.
Boy, I had it at
funding.
0. And I'll bring that up again in council, so I say you pay it out of your reserve and you'll be fine.
Okay, so that brings us to 36, the Cache Youth Orchestras.
I would propose 5,000 instead of the 10,000. That was a big jump from last year.
I had it 5 too, so.
Sounds good to me.
Okay, I got majority at 5, so let's go with 5 on that one. And this is a landmark or a milestone. We're done with all the cache names.
Woohoo!
Oh, wow, that is.
But we're not halfway through.
A third of our names start with cache, so maybe that makes things a little more simple. So, because we're at number 37, the Chamber Music Society of Logan. Number
Did they
37.
ask for anything last year?
I agree with that.
Why did I?
Okay, they asked for 6. I hear a couple 4s.
I'm fine with 4.
Okay, 4,000 on that one. That brings us to Clarkston City, number 38. They asked for 33,000.
Well, so now this is one where I guess as I speak of the townships, is that we're going to see a whole series here where everyone's asking for, actually 2 of them I think are for pickleball courts, but some are asking for near full funding, some are asking for half, and I think to treat it more equal, I think similar to last year, that it's almost like, okay, well, you know, we're going to treat them more equally where. And I guess each situation can be a little bit different where, you know, maybe, I don't know, like if someone's already paid some of the money down and they're just asking to finish it off, but maybe details the towns know. But anyway, I just want to make sure we approach it equally through the towns.
Yeah, that's a good point. And we should also look at how much they've been getting every year, how frugal are they. This one, I think, is an interesting example because most of the cities ask every year. They haven't asked in the last 4 years.
Yeah, I did see that. They haven't asked. I thought, well.
22, 23.
Kind of a safety issue too. They want lighting and they want to enhance their drainage and maintenance so they can make those courts more accessible for others.
So I would say full funding for this
I
one.
was gonna full fund
Anybody
them.
have any concern with that? Full funding, okay. So that was $33,902. And another
Harness.
milestone, we're done with the first page.
Wow.
Woohoo!
Now,
But we're only on C.
yeah, we're on C. We're still on C because we're on Cornish.
Yeah.
So number 39 is the town of Cornish.
At least they were gonna provide a city match of 10,000, so
Yeah.
they were gonna put
So
some,
they were gonna put some skin in the game.
yeah.
I had this
I put
one
it
at
50.
40.
Okay, that's fine too.
I had it at 45, but I'm good with 40.
I had it at 45 myself, so.
45?
Yeah.
I hear a
I'm good
couple
at
40s, couple-
45.
I'll go 45.
Okay, 45,000 for Cornish. That brings us to number 40, the Four Seasons Theater Company, and actually numbers 40 and 41 are both Four Seasons Theater Company.
0 on the advertising. I don't know why, but I did, and then 50 on the Four Seasons, number 40, I gave them 50,000.
I noticed all of the theater companies are up substantially this year over the previous year's ask. Is there something going on in that?
Wendy will know all the answers
Wendy, would
because
you come forward,
she
please?
answered when I asked her.
Wendy Hassan, Cache Valley Center for the Arts. I know that both Music Theater West and Cache Theater Company are looking towards increasing their activity by a third because of the availability of summer dates moving forward. They did receive some support for ramping up at short notice in summer 2025, but looking forward, I think they'd like to do more year-round programming. Four Seasons Theater Company already is doing year-round programming, but they do all talk to each other, work together. They've become increasingly collaborative.
So those would be the four, like Music Theater West and Cache Theater and the Four Seasons. Isn't there another one? Isn't there four groups that are all together?
There's a new group called Valley Actors Club, which is not yet a nonprofit, and they will be performing this summer in Lionheart Hall.
And you say availability, you talked about the theater.
Yes, Four Seasons performs, of course, at Skyview High School, lower price point, further north. Cache Theater Company does more new shows and also does the children's camps that have so many students involved. And Music Theater West has traditionally really focused on live orchestra. But both Music Theater West and Cache Theater Company have been in multiple venues, and it's been nice to see them use Lionheart Hall for Daddy Longlegs, the Utah Theater for Emma, and then come to the Ellen Eccles for Scarlet Pimpernel, so they're able to scale to what the show demands.
Okay, so thank you very much, Wendy. Thanks for being here and for helping us understand, even though we know this is not your application, but we know that they're a partner. So we have number 40 is Four Seasons Theater Company, and that's company 2025 season expenses, request of $80,000. And then Four Season Theater Company number 41 is advertising budget of $20,000.
I suggested 80,000 and zero.
Let them use their money how they see fit.
80,000 would
Yeah.
be the full thing for 40, but zero on 41.
And I had 0 and 41 too myself, but
I've got zero on the 41.
I didn't have it quite at 80 on the other one, but that's fine.
So if you don't advertise and they don't come, how does that work?
Is the advertising budget, it's hard for me to find some of these applications on short notice on the online stuff. Is that out of area advertising? Because they are currently advertising, because I see advertisements for their productions. I don't think the conception is no advertising if we don't fund this. And I don't think we've funded them for advertising in the past. I'm comfortable with raising relative to the past, given what Wendy's explained and connecting the dots to other things I've understood there.
Isn't that part of expenses? You know, the one, for example, the season expenses, I would think that would be all together. Why would you have to have two separate items in there, one for just advertising and then one with all the expenses? I'm going, no, just have one application and it would include everything that you're going to do in advertising and everything for that. You know, when they start jumping around, it's almost like they're wanting to, I don't know, I get a feel of double dipping. They're just trying to get the same money.
I have a question about that. So you put on here that their operating expenses could be Rapz, or am I reading this right? But that the advertising could only be Rapz as well. Couldn't the advertising be either restaurant as well?
It could.
Okay.
Yes.
So we could use
In
that.
their project, it says, this application requests supplemental funding for advertising beyond Cache County, specifically in northern Utah from Ogden and Salt Lake City down to Provo and parts of the Utah County.
Yeah, so that's how I see the advertising, is that they're trying to go beyond, and I don't know if they've done that in the past, but they're trying to go beyond their normal advertising and get people from outside the valley to come here, which is what I view as a restaurant tax usage.
And the one for advertising is a new application. They have applied before in the past, but it's just been one application. But this year was a new one for the advertising.
But in their application on number 40, they do have a line that says advertising. And to me, okay, you know, and then all of a sudden then you go to the other one, and that is, yes, it has a specific, oh, we're gonna go greater than outside, whatever it may be, but I'm sitting there going, hey, that's just part of your workings, and just do it in one
In
application.
the operating budget?
Yeah.
I you know, maybe somewhere in between, I'd throw out, I'd maybe fund the 60 for the main request and not fund the out-of-area marketing as a separate request. If they chose to do some out-of-area marketing out of this year's budget and can come back subsequently with indications of success from doing some out-of-area marketing with that. We have funded out-of-area marketing, I think, separately, or at least entertained that separately for the opera company. If they could come back with evidence that the out-of-area marketing that they chose to do out of core budget this time had promise, I'd be open to entertaining that in subsequent years. I'm not sure I feel like I want to invest in that separately out of this particular request. Just my own feeling as I think about what we've discussed here.
So if you look at their proposal, on the last page, right before their 990, they say specifically what they're planning to do with this advertising. What's OPPA? OPPA programs? The Pioneer Theater and the Ruth, which is the new Hale in Orem. So they have and then radio ads in Layton and Ogden. So they have a specific plan to advertise to theater patrons. At least it looks like 3 of those are putting ads in programs to theater patrons at other theaters. So they're trying to pull people who are already doing that. What it looks like.
OPPA is on pitch performing arts, so it's another kind of south of the valley trying to get interest in arts audiences to come this way.
Okay. Yeah, so it looks like that's their strategy, is to reach out to people who are already attending these types of events in other communities on the Wasatch Front and invite them to come up here and attend shows here, which I think is a good fit for restaurant funding. Okay, so there's been a lot of discussion. I heard several proposals for 80 and one for 60. Can we just do that one first? How do you all feel on the operating expenses for Four Seasons? That's number 40. Let's finish that one, then we'll talk about advertising.
I like Bruce's proposal. I would go with the 80,000, but then give them nothing and just include that in their budget.
Yeah.
And maybe next year remind them that one application with advertising involved in that would be probably sit better with us, or I don't know.
Okay, thoughts? Anybody want to do something different? Okay, it sounds like we're at 80 and 0 on 40 and 41. That brings us to number 42, which is
Grand Fondo.
How do you pronounce this? Spin?
H-spin.
What's that?
Spin.
Ed spin?
Ed, spin, native, I don't know why.
Okay. All right, we've got 2 from H spin, Ed spin events. One is the Cash Grand Fondo, and the other is the Century Bike Tour, Cache Valley Century Bike Tour.
Grand Fondo was one of the highest scoring applications, and I have them at full funding for 10,000.
Me too. Yeah, I did.
Okay, 10,000 for Grand Fondo. That brings us to Century Bike Tour, number 43.
This one used to be run by someone else, and then, they've come in and brought them under the umbrella, and scored fairly well as well. Did I have them full funding or not? I've got too many papers.
They're only asking for 45 of their $35,000 budget.
I've got that at fully funded as well.
Fully funded?
Is there any reason for an increase from last year, from 3,000 to 45? I couldn't see any reason why. Did anybody notice anything?
They've asked for 35 the last 3 years in a row, or they've got 35 in '23, and they got 35.
Oh, I said 3. Did I read that wrong? Oh, I did read that wrong, 35. Sorry, it was my fault.
Okay, anybody have anything, any thoughts otherwise? So 45? Okay, 45 full funding on that one. Okay, that, we're making good progress. That brings us
Hyde
down
Park.
to Hyde Park City, number 44. Okay,
They are putting a lot of their
Hyde
own.
Park City asking for $228,000 for their $263,000 budget to do City Hall Park accessibility.
And the small park on the side.
I had a little heartburn at this one at first when I thought they were asking for funds for their city hall.
Yeah.
It
No.
became clear to me
It's just the
that
park.
it was the park surrounding the city hall, which is where the bulk of their park space is.
Yeah.
I became much more enthusiastic. It scored quite well, and I don't spend as much time at Hyde Park City Hall as I used to, but having been in meetings there, I can attest that the courts nearby get used, the playgrounds get, like, there's demand for that space, and for some amenities there that I think would be very helpful for that community, so.
I like that they were timing this so that they were having their scheduled transmission line work's gonna go through, so they're gonna do this, you know, so that they don't have to do something over again. So I thought, and with some ADA features, I thought that would be something that would be helpful for the people of Hyde Park to have.
Okay, so proposals?
200,000.
I think that 200.
It's at
200? What do you think, Damon?
200 is great for me. It's at 90%, cutting it back of total requests, so cutting it back to 200, I think is helpful to have them put a little more in, but I think
Okay.
200 is pretty reasonable.
Okay, any other thoughts? All right, 200 it is.
I didn't have it quite that high, but still a good project.
Okay, that brings us then to number 45, which is Hiram City. They're asking for
Elite Hall.
$350,000 for an $895,000 project for the Elite Hall Annex.
Is there a standard for how someone presents the percentage of a budget? I can't recall if this was one where I'd had that concern. Sometimes someone will have a Rapz project that they're seeking funding for over the course of 5 years, and they say this is only 20% of the total project cost, but it's actually 100% funded by Rapz because they asked for it over 5 years.
Yeah.
And other times we'll get someone that says it's 20% because they're dumping in the other 80%. And I don't remember if this is one, maybe that's a side note for a conversation later on whether we need some standards on the application itself for how people are to determine percentage of funding. But we have been in Elite Hall for funding before, and it's a super cool facility that I think warrants some funding and support. Scored pretty well too.
They actually have a really good document in their application that shows all of their sources of funding historically, including how much the city has put in, $745,000, how much they got from various grants from SHPO and Rapz and other organizations, which is nice to kind of break that down. It looks like a little more than half of those since 2015 have been Rapz dollars. A total of 1.1 million invested since 2015, and 225,000 of that has been Rapz. This is a really good one to bring up your point because they broke it down for us.
That's exactly the kind of data I would hope we would get for this project. I liked it. I definitely would like to see them get some funding.
Maybe we can have a multi-year category, so if a project takes more than 1 year, that we could see what the whole total project goal is. I don't know, would that be helpful to have if it's a multi-year project, that we could see what each year they have gotten or they're projecting to get? That would be helpful to me, I think.
Yeah.
I put down $200,000.
That's what I put down too.
That's where I had them. It's consistent with what we've typically been giving to Hiram over the last several years. And yeah, a good project. I'd love to see it 2 times through.
Okay. So 200,000 for that one.
It matches what they're putting in for the
Okay.
project.
There you go.
Okay, so 200,000, that matches what we gave to Hyde Park as well. I'm going to propose that we take a recess at this moment because our lunch is here.
Hoping we could get 50.
Yeah. Let's at least finish this book.
You guys want to do it?
Two more.
Finish the book? You want to finish the book at least?
Yes.
Oh, you guys have a book? Okay, do that.
48 at
This
least.
will be quick.
46,
This'll be
47,
quick.
48.
Yeah, so 46 is Jump the Moon.
Great organization.
Yeah, fantastic.
I have them at 20,000.
That's what I said was 20.
I've got 20.
Okay.
Okay, 20,000. All right, that was quick. Justice by objective is not eligible.
Okay,
so
that's what I wondered, so.
0.
I have 0.
Okay. And then that brings us to number 48.
Oh, yeah, Lewiston.
City.
There's 2 from Lewiston.
Oh, yeah, so they split binders.
On 49, I gave them the entire thing 57, but I did not fund anything on 48.
You don't want them to have restrooms near the sports
Say
court.
that again.
48, I said nothing. 49, I gave them the full 57.
And why is your rationale on that? Because that's 100% of the cost on 40, wait, no, am I looking at the right one?
Yeah, it's 100% on 49.
Yeah, 100% of the cost on 49, and we kind of tried to shy away from being sole funding on projects with cities so that they match.
They don't ask every year.
Don't ask every year, that's true.
They don't. And this is a maintaining a facility that they already have. And that's how I justified it.
I'm okay with that proposal.
I have it at 50, but I'm okay with the full fund.
Say that again on both those.
Yeah, run this one.
Nothing on 48, 57 on 50, but Damon said 50 on, excuse me, on 49.
So,
I'd like to see you get 50% of that on 48, but
Yeah, I think that's,
the
I
city.
had them at 50% on both of
56,000
them.
then?
Yeah.
I had them about 50% on both of them.
I say 56,000 on that one, and then fully fund the resurfacing myself, so.
Put some,
Okay, so we have half funding on the first one and full funding on the second one. This is Dave's proposal.
yeah,
Yeah?
funding
Yeah.
is 56,000
see.
even,
I see a majority of nods on that. Okay, so that gives us
right? 56,000 even?
Okay.
56,000 even on number 48, and then number 49 fully funded,
Yeah, they don't request every year.
7,000.
I'm excited to talk about 50, but we can wait till after lunch. Yeah, that,
After lunch? Okay, all right, we're gonna recess, we're gonna go grab lunch, and we'll go back in here as fast as we can.
I give one bit of information that Matt brought to me. The reason it shows a decrease in the restaurant tax is because in 2024, the amount that they had as coming in included the carryover from the prior year.
Not actually drop.
That we had.
So it does not actually drop. So in 2022,
Okay.
the restaurant tax was
That makes sense.
1.7, 2023, 2.2. 2024, we had it down at 2.8, but it was really 2.4. And this year it's 2.4, it's up about $100,000 from last year.
Yeah.
Not a drop.
All right, good.
yeah, that makes more sense.
All right, we are recessed until we're done with lunch, so it's noon.
On restaurant.
Still plenty.
Ready? Okay, I'm gonna call back to order the Rapz and Restaurant Board meeting. And we're all back reconvening from our lunch recess. It's 12:37, and we left off on application number 50, Logan City School District. I think we're making good progress. That took us 2 hours to get through basically the first half, maybe a little bit more. And so let's keep that momentum going. Logan City School District application number 50.
I'll start. I have been as no funds, as they have been restructuring, and now are turned to the school district and actively excluding who is allowed to use the facilities.
It was a very low scoring.
Yeah.
event, so.
I agree. I just see that being out of their own budgets for remodeling and other things that they would need. That's just for students. I mean, I shouldn't say just, but, you know, there's funding for the students. We should take that out of their budget.
Agreed.
Okay, any other thoughts? Okay, all right, we will move past that one with no recommendation for funding. That takes us to number 51, which is Logan City, and we actually have 51, 52, 53, and 54. Those 4 applications are all Logan City.
We have combined those in the past. Sometimes kind of given them
A lump sum.
a lump sum group, but
So the first one is Aquatic Center pool replacement boilers, 2 of them for the wading pool. Next is Main Street pedestrian bike underpass. And then outdoor recreation complex disc golf course restroom. And then the next one is outdoor recreation complex disc golf course picnic tables and picnic tables.
Is that the old dump?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, the landfill. The
Landfill.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Future park.
Future, it sounds nicer saying it that way.
Future park where they're also putting a frisbee golf course.
Gotcha.
Just one observation relative to Logan City. It seems like that several years ago, apparently they requested $475,000. And so every year we have given them either $45,000, $475,000 exactly, or $477, $472. This year, they're requesting a total of $477, $642, which is in line with what they've got the last 4 or 5 years.
I recommend that you fund 100% of all 4 of them.
I agree with that one. I really do because of what they've done there.
Any other thoughts? Okay, hearing none, we'll have full recommendation for 51, 52, 53, and 54.
Guys really
Brings
went at
us
it here,
then to number 55, which is Logan Community Foundation, and they actually have 55 and 56 for the Logan Community Foundation. And Cash Theater Company.
What did we end up doing for the Four Seasons that we looked at? Did we give them 80,000, and how does that compare to the requests and what they're doing so that we can treat the theater companies somewhat equitably?
I think we gave the 80 and then
The 80,000
not
was
the
a
20,
number
but not the 20
Not the
for the
20.
yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we gave the 80, but not the 20.
I think this is 2 different entities. There's a Panoramic Academy, and then there's the Cash Theater Company. I think they're under the same umbrella group. Did I read that wrong?
Yeah,
They're under the same nonprofit, but they operate 2
Two
different programs.
different programs, yeah. That's why there's two.
I suggested 20 and 80.
$20 for the Academy for the Performing Arts.
And 80 for the theater company, which is in line with what we did with the other theater company.
You're saying 20?
you're saying 20 for number 55
Yes,
Okay, and that's what I have.
and 80 for number 56.
correct.
And I've only got 40 for them.
But the 80 is comparable with what is exactly the same amount as we gave the other theater company.
For 56, you're saying for the 80,000 for the Cash Theater Company.
Again,
Okay.
because they're expanding their offering to kind of cover with the opera gone.
And that's why I actually even was wanting to bump that a little bit higher
Because
myself.
they're taking over where the opera has vacated this summer.
Exactly, that's how I felt, because they've jumped up, they've stepped up on some things, so I wasn't gonna fully fund, I had it 45 on 55.
The academy?
And then I went to 90 on the other one, so, I don't know, I really, they really jumped up on that, or stepped up on some things and came through on some things.
Looked at that one at 4 in the morning, right?
Well, about 4:30.
You were fully awake.
And happy.
Okay,
The academy is serving like 850 children to get them to be performers. I would give them a little bit more than 20,000, I think.
so Dave, were you at 45? Is that what you said?
45 is what I
Yeah.
had it on, number 55.
I'd go 45.
Okay, I see a couple 45s. What do the rest of you think?
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
fine.
okay, I see lots of head nods for
Number 80?
45,000 on number 55, and then 80,000 on 56.
They're stepping up.
That's what I suggested, but Dave had higher.
I would hire on that one personally.
Just because they're taking more,
Because
I'd be fine with that.
they were taking more responsibility on things.
You'd be fine with what,
90?
90, I'm okay with
I
that.
had it down 90.
90's fine.
90?
I'm okay with that, but I might, if we need to come back looking for more money, that's one that I'd say we want to come back to.
Good suggestion.
Okay, so it was 45 and 90 for 55 and 56. Okay, that brings us to the next two, which are 57 and 58, which are both for Logan Downtown Alliance.
I recommend full funding on both of those.
Okay, so Logan
Oh,
Downtown,
Wait, no, I lied. 10,000 and 20,000.
okay, so we have
57 and 58.
10 and 15, you have 10 and 20.
I'll go with 10 and 15.
That first one, 57, does not have quite as strong of a score.
I had that one
58.
8,500 myself, but then I fully funded the second one.
That's kind of been, was my leaning, to fully fund the second and, fully fund the higher ranked one, and the second one's just not, is not as much priority.
I propose 10 and 20.
10 and 20.
That's what I had, 10 and 20.
Okay.
Okay, it looks like we're at 10 and 20 on those. So 10,000 for number 57 and 20,000 for number 58. Which brings us to Logan Youth Shakespeare.
I don't understand what that's not.
You don't understand what?
It said in your recommended org, Logan Cash Airport Self-Serve Fuel Farm project.
Oh, no, we're not there yet. We're on
Youth Shakespeare.
Logan Youth Shakespeare, number 59.
That's what mine says in the recommendation.
Logan Cash Airport, 60.
Cash Airport's the next one, 60.
This is the new one.
Or it's
On the-
in-
on
out
the-
out of order in the tabs.
It says on the back.
Yeah, the back page has.
No?
Back page just says, okay. It just says Logan Cash.
Oh,
Tab-
yeah,
your
yeah,
tab
yeah.
might be in the wrong spot.
No,
'Cause that's,
Logan Youth Shakespeare, $5,000, but it says your recommended award. It has like a box in there. It says Logan Cash Airport Self-Serve Fuel Farm project.
That's just a misprint. Everything else shows 59 as Logan Youth Shakespeare.
Gotcha.
If it's in order, I would recommend just fully funding Logan Youth Shakespeare.
Yes.
I agree.
That's the
I agree.
5,000, right?
okay, that one's fully funded.
Anything that
Logan
gets
Youth
kids off the
Shakespeare,
streets.
$5,000. Which now brings us to number 60, the Logan Cash Airport.
Money pit.
No, I don't want.
It seemed like to me that maybe 3 or 4 years, well, the airport came in with probably about $500,000 to refurbish some of the things out there. And we decided as a group that the airport would not get that type of a funding. So here's $150,000 for a gas tank that's available after hours for anybody coming and going. I'm not sure our feelings now, if we still have a change of heart, if you will, to go ahead and fund something like that.
Yeah, that was in 2023 when that other application came in, and we felt like it was too much and not enough details, and we had several questions about it. Wasn't fully formed, I think, the proposal. And so this proposal is for $150,000 this time.
Right.
And so what's your thoughts on it then? And we do have the airport manager here if you have questions.
How many flights did they actually get out of business hours, outside of regular business hours? I just didn't know that. I mean, are we talking 3? Are we talking 300?
Bob Lowe, the airport manager. So that is one of the benefits of having after-hours fueling, but also during the day, we have over 100,000 flights per year out of our airport. And right now, someone who wishes to travel in here as a destination, or they're stopping here on their way to somewhere else, they go other places because the fuel, it's so hard to get fuel here because we have limited trucks to fuel them. So if they could pull up to the self-serve, we're going to attract more airplanes, more people coming here to visit. So yes, after hours we have flights, but it's the bigger majority is the people that we're missing because we're so busy with the flight school that the fuel truck's always down at the flight school.
And these are planes mainly that are flying in, but really just to fill up and then keep going, like not to stay.
Some of them are, and some of them come and stay. Yeah.
When you say 100,000, is that 100,000 passengers or 100,000?
That's 100. That's over 100,000. That includes the flight schools. That includes the local people.
That's landings.
Yeah. Yeah. Landings.
How much? What percentage of that is the university flies?
60%.
I don't know, I think I failed to see how this really is a Rapz request, is what my...
Yeah, it's a restaurant request, so the thought is bringing people here,
Correct.
getting people to stop here
Yep.
on their flights. Maybe they're going cross-country, maybe they're coming to somewhere in the region, and this would get them to come here, maybe stay here.
Right. When I flew, I was a helicopter pilot and I flew around the country. And when I did my flight planning, especially if I had to spend the night somewhere, I wanted a self-serve place where I could stop, I could fuel up myself after hours, get a hotel room, and then in the morning get up and go early in the morning. So I know as a professional pilot that that's what people are looking for. They're looking for places where they can fuel themselves and then spend the night and then be up and gone before the sun's up the next morning. So
Is there sales tax included in that fuel cell?
yes.
Yeah.
And so that some of that comes back to us?
To Rapz.
The general sales tax?
Yeah.
And I'm hearing from a lot of these people that why they aren't landing here to fuel, they will not pay the price of the fuel. Because we don't have a competitive bid system or something to make sure that the fuel, we have like, is there just one person or one person providing all the fuel?
Yeah, so the way an airport runs is you have an agreement with an FBO, a fixed base of operations, and there's, I believe, 15 requirements that qualifies them as an FBO, and they have to fulfill, I believe, 7 of those. One of them is provide fuel, courtesy car, maintenance, flight school, on and on and on, right? And so they have the contract with us to sell the fuel, so they set the price.
See, and that just to me is wrong.
And, well, that there's only one, so this would provide a second one?
It could, yeah. If we own it and operate it, it would.
And then the airport would be able to set the price and have a competitive price against the one fuel seller.
I'm not 100% sure on the details of whether or not we can compete against someone we have a contract with, so I can't speak intelligently on that question today. I can get an answer, though.
But that's the intent, is that the airport would own and operate this rather than the FBO.
We could do it that way, or we could lease it back to the FBO, and they would continue to sell and operate it. They would inspect it, they would make sure it had fuel in it, they would do the maintenance on it. And we would lease them the tank and the operating system, and then that would be a source of revenue for the airport.
They then determine the price of the fuel.
They would.
Because the price of fuel here is higher than almost anywhere else. It
Okay.
is crazy high here. I've had several pilots say, you know what, I go land somewhere else, fuel up, and then they'll bring their rig in here to park.
And they spend as much getting back here as they would have saved.
Either way, they.
You know, it's like I've done that too. My wife will say, well, it's cheaper in Brigham, so we go fill up in Brigham, and we drive back.
They
And
could on their way, but I'm just saying that
Yeah.
there's something about that, and that's why I'm sitting there, we're gonna go put another tank in to be in the same problem, which then pushes people away from landing. I'm going.
yeah, well, the fact is, we're the second busiest airport in the state, and we're the first busiest that doesn't have a control tower. So those fuel prices aren't necessarily driving people away.
Has anyone talked to the person, the entity that's currently on a commercial basis selling fuel in the daytime about whether it's a reasonable and viable business plan to sell it, to go to a 24-hour model? I'm trying to understand where the market is failing to provide here, and why the current group that's selling fuel in the daytime wouldn't just start selling in the evening if they could make money by doing so.
So I think we're confusing two issues here. One of the issues is the after hours, right? And so the FBO definitely could stay open after hours. But what I'm trying to address is during business hours, how busy it is. There are people that have to wait 30, 40, sometimes an hour for fuel. And so instead of waiting for fuel, they're going to other places. They're not even stopping in Logan. That's what I'm.
Even during the daytime. not
Correct.
just,
The busiest time, you can see there's six airplanes lined up to take off, but the pattern's so full they can't take off. And that's after they've waited for fuel for a half hour to an hour. So we're trying to make our airport more efficient, more attractive to other people to come in here and buy fuel, stay. But right now, a lot of those folks are bypassing us. We also have plans, we're trying to get a tower here with state money and federal money. So we would be one of the busiest airports in the state and have a control tower, so that would free up that traffic.
I'm a little bit conflicted here because it sounds like we haven't totally thought through the program when you say we could lease it back to them or we could operate it ourselves.
Yeah, the Airport Authority Board has a committee that's currently working on this solution of just which way we go. But the Rapz program had a deadline, and so here we are, right? But those options are still being, I had an email this morning, hey, can we meet this week? Yeah.
So has the airport ever gotten Rapz money?
Not that I'm aware of. I'm new. I know I've been here just about a year and a half. I know the last time in 2023 when this same one was applied for, they applied for, the tank was $500,000. I've been able to find one that it's $193,000. It's 20,000 gallon tank. And we're not asking for the full amount. We're asking for half of that and the installation fee. And I believe my understanding is the reason why the first application was not approved, which I feel like I addressed in this application, was where's the rest of the money coming from? And the rest of the money is coming from our fund, our airport's reserve fund, and we have a private investor if that doesn't follow through. But we have plenty of money in our reserve fund to cover the other half.
A private investor.
The FBO owner.
This is kind of a different type of project than we normally deal with. Alma?
The airport did receive funding for some runway project one year, but it was like 21 or 22, something like that. Maybe earlier.
Yeah, I think it was earlier. Yeah.
I don't remember ever approving anybody for airport.
I'll have to look back.
Probably a while
I think
ago,
there
long
was
time
one.
It was in the news. I do remember it. It was in the news. It was, Carol Jordan reported on it.
Perhaps. Some other
That
source.
decided, not this committee.
Oh. Okay, what's the preference of this board?
I always try to be supportive to the airport out there because of, I guess I look to see if, as tourism growth happens at like our airport. I mean, St. George has been booming ever since they've had it more of a, I guess, what status did they become? I don't want to say.
Their new airport?
Yeah, just.
So they built a new airport?
Well, the new airport, but they have commercial flights.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have commuter air.
And I've just wondered, how come we don't keep getting to commercial flights? And so I say, anything that's a roadblock that stops that. But, I mean, this is unrelated, but I do think supporting our airport's good. But I'm not sure the worthiness of this one for sure.
I think sooner or later, we're gonna have to do something like this.
I am hesitant, given the low score, to get excited about investing a lot of funds. This was, it was not a strong score. Can I'd suggest that maybe if we did want to consider some amount of funding for it, given the low score, that we get through the rest of the applications and see what the balance looks like when we get there and revisit the airport question at that time.
I'm okay with that.
Okay, everybody okay with that?
Yeah, because honestly, I'd like to give them as much as we can.
Could you help me understand the scoring? How can I score better, or how can the airport score higher when it applies another time?
It just wasn't exciting enough.
Wasn't exciting? I've heard scores being ranked high or low, and
All of us get, as we review all of them, we kind of rank them how they feel important to fulfilling the goals of the Rapz tax and
Okay.
the restaurant, and what it means to the community. And so obviously, this is important, but it's maybe not as
doesn't ring the bell for everybody.
Some
Yeah.
of the things that we look at are how many people is it serving? Is it serving 10,000 versus 500? Is it, how much is the applicant putting up? Are they asking us to fund 75% versus 25%? 25% will give it a higher score.
Yeah.
Because they're putting more skin in the game.
I got you. Okay, thanks for the education. All right, thanks for your
So
consideration.
yours does okay on those, because you're talking about only asking for half the money.
Right,
You're serving 100,000 flights a year, so in those categories, you're doing okay, but I think part of it is it's just different. It's different than a theater or a park. It's kind of a different concept for us to consider
Sure.
on this, and that's, I think, probably one of the reasons it hasn't applied in the past. The airport hasn't applied in
Yeah.
the past. So, okay, so it sounds like we're gonna hold this one and come back to it, see how much restaurant or Rapz, were we talking about restaurant for this? Yeah, restaurant.
Yeah.
I don't know, I feel like this could qualify for Rapz too, because some of it is recreational flying as well, so, okay, so we'll come back and see if we have any money left.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bob.
Before you move on, sorry, Bob. The Logan Cache Airport in 2020 received 310,162, and if I remember right, it was for runway work
Okay, in 2020.
in 2020.
Okay. We were all in, well, that was before my time, so. That brings us to 61, Mendon City. $56,000 request.
I think if we go back on some of our other reasoning, I'm likely to help with this, but again, their total project cost was like $56,600, and they want, 99% of their project, 98% of their project funded by Rapz.
No, was there a city contribution other than just their, it didn't say anything about their,
Yeah.
they're gonna do the work or something, I don't know.
So, We keep it kind of on that other same standard we've had. It'd be more of like a $40,000.
That's exactly where I had it.
Yeah.
40?
Yeah.
Okay, head nods, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, 40,000 for amendment C. That brings us to numbers 62 and 63, which are both Melville City. Outdoor futsal court and South Park Pavilion Phase
I had to
2.
Google what futsal was.
I didn't even know what it is either.
Yeah?
There was a picture in it.
There's a picture of it.
Well, I know,
I
but that
thought
didn't show me much.
I thought that was gone.
I saw that and then I had to Google again because I was like,
Church.
Yeah.
Outdoor I've heard of futsal, but outdoor futsal is new for me, because usually it's the rationale for being inside.
Yeah.
I don't know, what's the popularity of that? That's what kind of shocked me, that,
I know.
I never even,
or is
yeah.
it something that I have seen that they've done things kind of like the little soccer comp inside of ice arenas.
Yeah, yeah, indoor soccer is popular.
Certain times during summer, and then they come back and
Well,
it's an ice arena during the winter.
what's it called so popular? I thought it would be multi-use for, what's that one all the little boys love? Gaga.
Oh,
Oh,
I
yeah.
thought it would be something more like Gaga ball. Anyway.
Gaga?
Gaga.
I've
Oh,
never
yeah.
heard of it.
Oh, it's so popular in all the elementary
Gotta find a
schools.
Gaga court and
Yeah.
some 10-year-olds.
it's a fun game.
It is.
And I'm not averse to doing new stuff like futsal. I think it's nice to maybe, support trying some things out. That one scored kind of a little lower, and whereas 63 scored quite high,
Yeah.
and we probably want to take that into account.
63 was their number one, and I funded that entirely, and I didn't give anything to.
That's exactly what I did.
Yeah.
Okay, I heard majority there say no money for futsal and fully fund the South Park Pavilion.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, let's do that. Which brings us then to number 64, which is Mountain West Strings Academy.
Have full funding for them.
I had 2,500 for them.
Okay, full funding for Mountain West Strings Academy, 2,500. And that brings us to Music Alliance for Youth Scholarship, number 65.
I believe this is a new
It is.
It
I
is.
didn't quite.
I don't know.
I didn't recommend anything.
I didn't,
know,
I
I
didn't
didn't-
either.
I think it
I was not,
right where it needed to
wasn't
be.
that impressed.
There's some private lesson stuff covered in there that distinguish them for me from some of the others. I love giving youth in our community exposure to music and arts opportunities. I think private lessons is probably not something that we should be funding.
I think they were doing free music lessons to underrepresented populations is what it was. Kids that may not be able to afford music lessons.
Gotcha, okay.
That's what their application said anyway. So they wanted to hire some more instructors and get new stands and repair possibly instruments.
Okay, so sounds like no funding on that one.
Won't give them anything? Oh, gee, guys, okay.
Did you want to do, Kathy, are you making an argument for
Well, I was
funding?
thinking at least give them a couple thousand, if they're just trying to help, you know.
Not $2,000?
Yeah,
This is their first time?
yeah, see what they can do with it and see if they can
You okay with that?
get that. Bruce is scowling at me.
Well, I think we just don't know.
Yeah, it's hard when it's
Yeah,
an
I
unknown.
thought the application was really quite weak.
Okay.
Where we just don't know. I was,
You want them to
even
redo it?
$2,000, I was like, no. There needs to be a little more detail and proven record on some things that
Do you want them to conduct a survey for next year?
they can do whatever they want for their application. I'm going by the application myself, so.
Maybe that's the recommendations, is no funding, and then next year, hopefully, we'll learn more about.
Ask them for more detailed information, is that what you're after?
Well, everyone's welcome to watch and listen to the proceedings of this meeting, and they can review that and say they need to strengthen their application.
Okay.
Okay, Sounds like we're moving on from that one with no recommended funding, which brings us to number 66, Music Theater West, asking for $80,000, which is what we gave to the other theater companies.
That's what we gave the other two, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Okay.
so is that the recommendation? Full funding of their request at $80,000, okay. Yeah.
The years past, this one here, Neville Paris, we had 42,000, 39,000, 35,000, 30,000. And now we're almost doubling.
With all of the theater companies, we've done that with the idea that they're helping to fill the space that has been vacated.
By the opera company.
The
Yeah.
opera is not.
The opera's not gonna be here, is it gonna take that much?
Well, not in the form that it has.
Not in the form, right.
They're doubling their output. That's basically what's happening with the smaller theater companies.
You have to have something for the summer citizens to come see.
Yeah. Okay, that brings us to 67, Newton Town. They're asking for $123,000 and their $206,000 project for pickleball courts.
To replace their old tennis courts. I thought that was a good choice.
Yeah.
It's only 59% of the project cost. They actually had some bids in there that I always like to see that they've done.
Yeah.
More.
I was thinking.
We partially funded this in the past, and I think this finishes their project.
Yeah.
So, $123,859, is that the recommendation?
Yes.
You okay, Dave?
Okay, full funding for Newton.
That's
It
plenty.
looks like he's never played pickleball.
It's
You'd be addicted if you did.
I played ping pong. Isn't it glorified ping pong?
You'd find a new activity between 4 and 6 in the morning, is what you do.
I love it.
Okay, that brings us to number 68, 69, and 70, which are, well, actually, let's do these separately.
Children's theater is separate.
Yeah, Children's Theater is separate. That should be listed separate. That's a separate organization. So, these first two then, 68 and 69, are Children's Theater, which is a separate nonprofit from the city.
Oh, wait a minute.
That seemed like that's Nibley's request, isn't it?
Yeah, I
Bleachers?
guess it is coming in under
Bleachers.
Nibley.
Nibley.
Yeah, I think they're using him
For other
the
things.
theater booth seating.
I know, but
Yeah, it isn't the theater. The
But they were
theater's
all-
request is the money for the Pharaoh's Quest.
But I thought the bleachers were gonna be used for other things besides just the theater.
Yeah, it looks like,
Public gatherings, they said, and, movies in the park. So they had
Yeah.
multi-use for them.
Yeah, so I guess that's why that's under the city.
On 69, which is the Children's Theater, I approved 100% of that, 2,000.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anybody have an issue with that? Okay, so $2,000.
No.
Number 69, fully funded for 2,000. Number 68 is portable bleachers. They're asking for 18,000 for a $25,000 project to get portable bleachers that they'll use for not just the theater, but other events as well.
I suggested 125 on 70, which is Ridgeline Park Phase 2B, 125,000, but I did not recommend anything on the bleachers.
You said 125?
125 out of the 400.
Okay, hold on, he's getting ahead of me.
We just gave Lewiston 125?
I put 200,000 at the Ridgeline Park.
Yeah, I think that's more in line. This is a
I
bigger
had
city.
200,000 on the Ridgeline Park, but I still had zero for the bleachers. It just seems like it's really, I put the two together and it just seemed like they were using one thing to get another, you know. I think that if they want to
Oh, yes.
parcel it out, that's their business.
Yes, you're right. Sorry, not Lewiston. We gave
We
Lewiston.
would prefer if they put them all together.
Yeah, Nibley's like not 10 times the size.
Much larger
times.
community in Nibley, and we just gave Newton 123,000 for their pickleball court project.
Yes, but if you go back and look at prior years, they've not made prior years requests, same with Lewiston.
That's
They've
right.
not made prior years requests, and
Yeah.
Newton gets money every year.
Nibley gets
Nibley.
Gets money.
Nibley.
And I'm not arguing for the full 400,000 or even proportion of the population because of that, But I do think 200,000 is pretty reasonable to put forward for the Ridgeline Park.
For number 70, that's what you're saying?
Okay, so
Okay.
I'm hearing half fund, number 70, and number 68, nothing? Or something?
That's,
I'll bring it up to council, it's fine.
Okay. Okay, so,
That's fine.
okay, so no funding recommendation for the,
I attend this play every year.
Yeah.
And I attend, there is not seating.
There's nowhere to
in
sit.
Midley.
Yeah.
I mean, you have the amphitheater, which is like a few cement blocks.
Mhm.
This is something that could be taken multiple places. Heavens, it could be lent to another community if they really wanted it. I see this as a very valuable thing that is not, having it be portable makes it less expensive and more versatile. So I think that is a pretty, for a community that has as many events as Nibley City has, I see this being very used.
Can we start and come back to it at the end, see where we're at?
Or even just say 9,000, I mean, split it in half.
I would be okay with 9,000 as well on the
I'll go
bleachers.
9,000.
Let's do 9.
okay, we're gonna do 9,000 for the bleachers, which is number 68.
Gonna make it.
We're gonna do 2,000 for number 69, the Children's Theater, and we're gonna do 200,000 for number 70, Ridgeline Park Phase 2B. Which brings us then to Morgan Farm.
Is this a separate nonprofit that was formed
Numbers,
just for the maintenance of the farm?
Is the farm, well, then it's not publicly owned?
the farm is publicly owned.
But the maintenance is like a non-profit, it's kind of weird.
It's kind of like American West Heritage Center. American West Heritage Center, the property's owned by the university, but there's a separate nonprofit that runs the operations there.
My reservation on this may be resolved by that, was just depending on who holds the land, how can we guarantee in perpetuity access to whatever trails or amenities are there? And for those who are more familiar with the structure and setup and ownership, is that something we should be
Yeah,
concerned about?
it's, all of the land and infrastructure is owned by the city.
That's a game changer for you.
And that's one of our requirements for RAPS, for capital projects. It has to be a publicly owned for capital projects. So, they have a total budget of 40,000, they're asking for 25,000 for their Footsteps Through the Fields initiative.
They allow a lot of 4-H animals for people who don't have the land on their property to go and be housed and fed there on the farm, as well as the gardening for those, it has multi-use for the Morgan Farm.
How many acres is it?
I would say 40.
So I understood this was the link between Elkhorn Park and the farm? Is that what that's what they were getting, is
Yeah.
through this link they were gonna have different educational spaces and
So they're doing, it sounds like
rest areas?
wheelchair accessible pathways through the fields, the gardens, and the animal enclosures. What is the preference of the board on this one?
I didn't allocate anything to.
I just thought it was new and I thought it was more of a private thing instead of a public thing.
That's where I scored it on that basis. Understanding differently, I'm open to something, but waiting for someone who might have seen something more to it than I did to make such a recommendation if they have one.
Yeah, I know they've been partnering with USU Extension also to build some community gardens there. So they're bringing in grants from different places.
It is about in the most center part of nibbly as you can get as far as accessibility to people. So I think the ADA portion is always something I think we try to take into consideration to make sure that everyone can have access.
Catherine, do you have an amount in mind?
I would say 10,000. Let's see what they can do with that. I mean, they still have raised other funds, and Nibley is putting money into the nonprofit as well.
I would support that.
Okay, I'm okay with that.
I'm okay with that as well, to give it a 4.
Okay, so 10,000 for Morgan Farm. Okay, that brings us to Nordic United, number 72. And it's a request for $6,000 from restaurant funds.
That's all they got, prior year was 6,000, I probably gave 6,000 this year.
Yeah.
Okay,
They do a lot of
all
work.
right, see lots of head nods. $6,000 then will be the recommendation for Nordic United. And that brings us to North Logan City. And we have number 73, 74, 75, 76, 77. Okay, so we have 5 applications here for Elk Ridge Park North Pavilion and Basketball Court, Elk Ridge North Bathroom, Elk Ridge North Parking Lot, Elk Ridge Playground install, and Pumpkin Walk, which is also at Elk Ridge Park.
What was the first priority? The
Number 73, North.
pavilion and basketball court?
Number 75 was number 2. Number 74 was number 3. Number 76 was number 4.
And we have representatives here from North Logan City if you want to ask questions about any of those. What proposals do we have from the board?
Okay, the 120, fully funded 122. As did I.
So, okay, say that, speak up again if you'll say that once more.
Number 73.
Number 73, you're proposing full funding for number 73.
I did that too on that one.
0 for 78, 250.
Say that again.
On the number 74, I didn't give a name.
74, you're proposing nothing.
Correct, and then
Bathroom?
75, 100,000.
75, 100,000. 76 and 77.
76, 0. And fully funded something about.
Fully funded 77. Okay, let's check that one off real quick. Anybody having a problem with fully funding the pumpkin walk?
So you're only giving them,
Pumpkin walk is a yes.
yes, the pumpkin walk.
Okay, so we could check that one off. That one's fully funded, 7,500.
That's
Yeah.
exactly right.
I've never been.
You have a
When you
personal
go and you
invitation
see-
to
But
come
I'm
to my
happy,
house and go.
I know
Eating
people that
pumpkins.
have, and they talk about it, and I'm still, and they all come back how wonderful it is, and I'm happy that they're going. So,
So,
Okay, so now we're back to this other application. So we have fully fund the North Pavilion and basketball court.
So let's talk about that one. So the proposal is to fully fund number 73, and that was the top priority project of them? Okay.
I'm in favor of that one.
Okay, everybody's okay with, okay, so that one's checked off. Number 73, fully funded at 122,500. And then that leaves us with 74, 75, and 76.
so you're gonna put this beautiful new pavilion
And I-
and everything and have no bathroom over
Well,
there?
And I would say that we would fully fund 74.
Yeah,
I mean, you can't,
together.
they will come and then have no place for little kids to go potty?
Was that your
And
next,
when they
was that your
come,
next
and they-
priority?
That's number 3.
What do they say? They will come and then they've got to go.
Okay.
Oh, that's supposed to be 2? Okay, so
Okay.
that was supposed to
Bathroom
be
was
2.
supposed to be
The
2?
bathroom is their next priority
So those
project.
2.
Okay.
Okay.
And so now we're left to the parking lot and the playground.
So I heard a proposal that, if I understood, that someone said fully fund the first one, the North Pavilion and basketball, and fully fund the north parking lot.
No, the
No.
bathroom.
No, the bathroom.
North
It was
bathroom.
fully fund the bathroom and not, and then
So the parking lot doesn't turn into the bathroom.
So that's where 200 and,
that gets to about 200,000.
200,000.
Is there any chance of doing well, would a partial on the parking lot be helpful, or are you guys at the point where you need
How do you do partial?
everything?
Well, they
then
just make
maybe
up the
It would
difference.
help that if you did a partial, and then next year they could maybe fund the other partial to make up that difference.
106,000 on the parking lot,
How are we doing on money, Alma?
yeah.
We're doing.
We got a lot left.
Let's see here.
I guess it's good to be in the first part of the alphabet.
Shouldn't have been.
Somebody needs to change their name. Put an A in front of it and say.
A
the is
North
silent.
Logan City.
The A is silent.
Could you do 106 on the 70, on number 75, and maybe 75 on the last one, go halves right now to where they can start getting going and come around and finish it out next year or something?
Well, when I add it all up, not including the pumpkin walk, you're at $562,000
For everything.
for everything.
Yeah.
All four projects are just not going to be viable.
Yeah.
Well, But if we could phase in the other two that are lower priority, or fund one of them.
Okay, so Alma, what are we looking at money-wise?
So I haven't put in the last couple for North Logan. You've awarded so far, or suggested, recommended, $3,706,533, which leaves $1,563,271.
You're not gonna have.
You still
Yeah, we have a lot.
Can we put a star by the parking lot and see if that's
I say we
something?
put a placeholder amount though, because otherwise that amount on the bottom I think will dwindle. So I say if we did 125,000 on that and came back to it,
That would be great.
On the parking lot?
yeah.
And, okay, so what we're proposing is fully fund the North Pavilion and basketball court, fully fund the bathroom, the north parking lot, number 75, you're saying 100,000,
25.
and then playground 0? Is that what you're saying?
Have to be
Yes.
next year.
It'll have to be next
Okay.
year, and then we can come back and see if we can help do more funding on the parking lot.
Okay, all right, and we're viewing that parking lot as something we'll maybe circle back to
Yeah.
on how the money,
How much money in total are we giving North Logan?
yeah, so what does that add up to?
300,000.
325,
Oh.
332, 333. Yeah, about 333.
Because the pumpkin walk.
333. Okay, let's move then, based on those recommendations, to number 78, Paradise Town.
Was that for pickleball lights?
For the pickleball courts.
I think we funded the courts last year.
What happened is the
So-
town itself, mainly the Lions Fund, when they, to try to save money, they put in, cover up the tennis courts, and then put lights. And every time I come home at night, those lights, and I played up there a couple of times, instead of getting highlights where it's shining down, they're only about half the size that they should be. So they gotta replace them, put in additional lights. They're much taller and much more enjoyable to play. You hit the ball and you can't see it partway through, and then it just disappears.
Tell me to sell more fish. I got turned away last year at the Tom Berry Day dinner.
Like I said, you did. So it is very much used. It would be
Yeah.
a major improvement to have the lights lead down.
So they're asking for 55,000 for their $90,000 project.
For 60%, I'll fully fund that.
Good.
Okay.
Okay, any other thoughts? All right, that one's fully funded for Paradise Town. Next is number 79, Paws Wellness.
think that this is a good cause, but I'm having a hard time seeing where it fits in with the funding of purpose.
Where did they get their money in previous years is what I was wondering.
So there's some amount of admission, I think, for going to this. I've had friends and family members who have attended and just raved about the experience that they had being there. But I agree with Catherine that I don't see the potential for anyone who's holding any sort of conference or convention to seek support from Rapz.
Yeah.
If this falls in bounds, at this rate, if what was the Space Dynamics Lab small sat conference had applied for funding, they would have received that, even though people are already happy to pay full price to attend. Great cause, a million reasons we should be grateful that they're here, and if there are other ways that communities can support the organization and the conference, I think they should. I'm just not sure I see the Rapz connection.
Yeah, I don't either. It's kind of a limited audience. I mean, not totally limited, but not like a big event like the Pumpkin Walk.
Yeah, they will not draw, they do draw good attendance, but they will not draw the attendance that the Pumpkin Walk does.
Yeah, or other things.
Zero then for now?
I put it at 0, I just didn't see it.
Okay.
Anybody have any other thoughts?
It was funded last year with some temporary money, not through Rapz, but actually it did come from Rapz.
No, it came from ARPA.
ARPA.
Or ARPA, excuse me. It
Came from
money.
ARPA.
It was temporarily done that with a promise that was made previous by a different entity or by a different department, and I'm with you, I have a hard time trying to get this to fit. So I'm with you on that.
Okay, that brings us then to number 80, Providence City. Asking for 200,000 out of a 561 budget.
Yeah, again, they're funding
And
they're funding a large portion of it out of their own funds.
Yeah.
So I fully funded this.
Yes.
okay, I see a few head nods.
Restrooms, playground, and pickleball courts.
Yeah.
I made some phone calls to people that I know that live in that area, and they said, we've got pickleball courts all over.
There are.
And I know.
Fastest growing
But
sport.
I funded it enough, I found 125,000, because they're also installing playground equipment. They said, that's what we need is the playground equipment. So I funded $125,000.
Does that include the bathroom too? You guys just don't remember what it's like having little kids at a
And when
park.
they gotta go, they gotta
Yeah.
go.
You guys can't expect them to go half a mile to go potty.
That's a good point. Yeah.
I'm gonna keep harping on that. I have
And
grandkids, I've been dragging them.
Yeah. It's very true.
Okay, so I heard some full funding, I'm hearing 125,000 in funding.
125,
Will that cover the bathroom? Only if it covers the bathroom. How about a bathroom kick today?
Providence can make sure that they prioritize
Okay.
the bathroom.
Bathroom.
And we'll hope that when they're making the decision, they've recently drunk a lot of water or something.
Okay, so what's the preference then to the board? 125?
25? Okay.
125, okay, 125 for Providence City. That brings us to Richmond City.
Is there park bench?
Yeah.
That is, that's their age, the senior citizen center. They are one of those cities that have stepped up and says, hey, we're gonna provide for our age. They're doing it on their own. They're going after it.
I've heard it's bursting at the seams.
Figuring that everyone else is gonna take care of it. And it's really, they've done well. They've done really well, and they get a great turnout.
Yeah, I agree, it's a great program. They've
That commercial grades.
mobilized a lot of volunteers and different resources to put it together.
I have it fully funded.
Yes, I do too.
Okay, any other thoughts?
We're gonna balance?
We won't look at that yet.
We'll
Okay.
just go through the
Okay,
whatever.
so that, if we fully fund
Let's get through the Ts.
We're fully funding Richmond, that brings us to number 82, River Heights.
These guys didn't, they were asking for full.
I want an explanation on this one.
Well, Riverwise just came in and got more money from us in the interim. So that's what I'm confused
No,
about.
they didn't get more money.
They reallocated.
They had the project, what they wanted to change it and fund the project that they'd already finished. Now they're coming back to do the original project. They did one because it was falling down, remember?
Yeah,
They had to.
the one by Ryan's.
Right, and that's what they then took that money and used it for that. And then, now they're coming back, now they want to rebuild the other one. So I'm going, okay,
I
I don't know.
wasn't,
I had a hard time on this.
I had a real hard time too. I
And
didn't,
it's 100%.
Yeah, I
I don't
know.
like to see,
I
they,
don't either.
I'd have them at about 60.
yeah, that seems fair.
I wasn't even gonna.
60?
Okay, that sounds good.
Okay, I see lots of head nods for 60. So River Heights is at $60,000. That brings us to number 83 for Smithfield City.
This is their finished work for their museum, isn't it?
Smithfield
Smithfield
City
has
has
two.
3 of them.
Well,
Three.
okay, 83.
Yeah, actually, Smithfield is number 83, History
84,
Museum.
and
Number
85.
84, Softball Complex. Number 85, Smithfield City Youth Theater.
I approve that one 100%.
Yeah, so the youth theater is 3,500. Everybody okay with that? Okay, so
That's been really good and consistent.
number 85 is 3,500, fully funded. So that brings us to the museum and the softball complex. 50,000 and 275,000 for each of
I've
those.
been to this museum, I don't, not familiar with
I think
it.
this is, the partnership is like 50% or 100% on the museum, that should take care of the museum.
This should be the last phase, I believe.
It should be the last
Yeah.
one.
It's the finished work, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
The 50,000.
Yeah.
So I would suggest funding that 100%.
Then
What
again,
if-
we all go through phases.
And what about softball?
So what, wait a minute, is the sprinkler system, what are we talking about? Which one are we on, 84?
Yeah, 84 is the softball complex irrigation system and field improvements. $275,000 request, $566,000 budget.
It is a pretty large city. One of the fastest growing. Expanding.
I'm just gonna put it in my phone. Rezone.
Yeah, it's the second largest city in our county. It was the fastest growing city in our county in the last census. And
We give the,
plus the 50
plus
on the other
fully
one?
fund the museum, and
Yeah,
225.
I had
50.
I had fully funded, I had 250 though, myself on the softball fields, but
50,000 and I think I heard 200, 225, 250,
I'm okay with 225.
225.
Yeah.
25? Okay, 225 on the softball, 50,000 on the museum, 3,500 on the children's theater. Okay. so
Sorry,
that-
what was it for on this softball?
25.
225.
Okay, so that brings us then to Stokes, which next year you might want to put it in as Allen Stokes. You'll be first up.
Yeah.
First up. Allen and Alice, then Stokes. Okay.
You'd be our first
You'll be
one.
first off the list. So it's a request for 35,000.
I recommend it.
Yeah.
Okay, are you okay with that? So we have a recommendation for full funding for the, yeah, Allen and Alice Stokes Nature Center. Okay, that brings us then to number 87, Summerfest Arts Fair. Yeah, talk about,
It's been like now that it's at the,
what's that?
is it back here?
No,
It's at the fairgrounds.
it's at the fairgrounds and they want to stay
They love
there.
it, they love it down
Love
there.
it there.
Great.
I think the attendance is still about as normal as, maybe a little less than it was here.
Yeah, I don't know. It's packed. Every time I've been, it's been packed. They love it there. Everybody loves it over there.
I mean, I'd almost say it's fairly equal to the county fair, aside from the fair, the rides and stuff.
Yeah.
You know, like it feels hilarious.
They're only asking for $2,000 more because of the waste pickup, so I figured that was
I did too.
reasonable. I
Okay,
did
full
too.
funding. All right, full funding of $22,000 for Summerfest Arts Fair.
Thank you.
Yeah, that brings us to Trenton City bathrooms.
We followed trending we've done at other places, it'd be more like 60,000.
I had 62,000 myself, yeah.
52? 62?
Okay.
62, everybody okay with that?
Yep.
62,000 for Trenton Town. That brings us to Unicorn Theater, number 89.
They're asking for a little bit more than they have in the past.
I have them at 12,000 for this request with their increased ask.
12,000?
Yes.
Okay.
12,000, anybody have another idea?
Okay.
Okay, $12,000 it is then for Unicorn Theater. That brings us to number 90 and 91, Utah Festival Opera and Musical Theater. And we have a request for operations for $365,000
430,000.
and $65,000 for marketing.
This brings up that same marketing question we had on the other ones.
Yeah. We'd like to see that in, just in one application.
The one thing that I wonder about, and David mentioned something about this earlier, because there's, out-of-area marketing could fall under restaurant, but maybe not under Rapz, and so the ability, well, if it weren't for that factor, my preference would be just put it all in one application and let's do it. But it may give us, this board, some financial flexibility if it is split across funds. Although I guess we could split the amount of funding within one applicant and partially fund from one to the other.
Yeah.
Okay, so.
How much restaurant money is left?
How much
How much restaurant money is left?
Um,
Because this is the last one on the list that's purely restaurant.
Okay,
Zero. Spit it all.
so restaurant remaining is 585,660.
Oh, wow,
Oh.
okay. So,
Okay.
based on that, maybe we should go revisit some of our other ones.
Or
Some of these have both.
are there some that are in both that we could shift?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, that's true.
We just leave that to
Alma.
Emma figures out the balance, yeah.
I don't think we have to worry about revisiting it. He has enough latitude, he can move it.
Well,
Yeah,
if
to
there's,
see which
I'm just saying if there's leftover that can only be spent on restaurant stuff,
That would be important.
we have some restaurant-only applications that we didn't fund, or we only partially funded.
And there's, I appreciate the shift that's happening here and some of the things they're trying to do. And, it's been great for our summer visitor attraction to have the opera doing quite a few programs over the course of the summer. And I do think it's probably worth us putting something towards out-of-area advertising to get people thinking about coming to Logan in the fall instead of in the summer, or in the spring instead of in the summer. Winter's a bit of an uphill climb for us in our climate, unless they're coming to ski. But
We have a bit of a reputation.
yeah, it is more of a reputational problem than an actual problem. There's as much snow in Brigham City in January as there's in Pearson. But I think it's a heavier lift for us to get tourism to Cache Valley unless it's around winter sports in December, January. But as part of them messaging and trying to reach out to people who might have come up in the summertime, that it's worth taking a weekend drive up to Logan in the fall or in the spring. Some amount of funding for that I'm willing to support. I don't know that the amount that's listed here is, I don't think I would support full funding for that one, especially it scores a little on the low side for the marketing one.
I appreciate the shift that they're doing. I had a few conversations about their focus is changing and that they have to approach this as, not business as usual, since that model hasn't proved to work post-pandemic. So I do appreciate that, and I think that they're looking for longevity, what's going to work for the longest amount of time. So I think I'm satisfied with some of the questions that I had, and feel like that they've adopted a better model. And so I don't know how we resolve the marketing and that question between the advertising and the operating, but I feel like I'm willing to fund them for their full request on this and maybe tell them to do their advertising from their operating budget.
So, okay, Catherine, are you proposing fully fund the 365 but not the 65? Is that what you just said?
Yeah, again, we keep that as part of just their operating budget.
Okay. Yeah, I actually like that people submit a different application for
But we
something
don't have
that's
any real accountability for it.
for the marketing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard to know what the return on that investment is directly. But I actually like having separate applications for those because it could be funded purely out of restaurant tax dollars, which is exactly what restaurant tax dollars should be used for, to get people up here. So I like that concept of it. And so your proposal, though, is to only fund the 365 and not the 65?
Or 365. I mean, it's all gonna be in one budget ultimately. I really think that's
Yeah,
what it is.
yeah, that's true.
So,
I can't support that myself.
but I could do the full, but I think my direction to them would say, we're gonna support you in your operations with the 365 and not. That's how I'm going to say my direction is with what I wanna fund, is a 365 for their operating and nothing for the advertising.
So you could just as well say 300 for operating and 65 for advertising, but you want to give them the flexibility to mingle across however they see as the optimal balance.
As they're approaching this new era of the
Do we
operating.
have a representative here? Okay. If there are any questions about that.
I just had some concerns that maybe the types of shows that you're proposing for this year may not bring in as many tourists. I know you've got a couple of children's productions that you're giving a lot of free tickets and stuff away to. I don't know, how do you see that happening?
Would-
For this summer?
Do you mind coming up to the microphone, please?
Introduce yourself.
Yeah, if you'll just state your name and your role.
Sure.
My name is Cassandra Kulam, and I have been with the company for 19 years as the company manager. I hire the people that work for us during the summer and manage them. And I'm working on an interim basis to step in since our controller left, so I'm also functioning currently as the controller, have been since December. So, and the question was about?
I had some concerns about the types of shows that you're proposing for this next year. I just didn't feel like it might draw in as many of the kinds of audience members as you have in the past.
Sure.
I know she had a couple of children's shows in there, like The Cat in the Hat and whatever the other one was.
Yeah, I think the hope is to eventually get back to full programming where we have that many shows during the summer, in addition to beefing up the educational opportunities we have. But we are going to take that a little slow. We're working hard to overcome our financial challenges that we've had since COVID, and we've done that in a pretty big way. We're selling off apartments and getting rid of our current debt and using the money from the sale of that to also start an endowment. But that it will take us, I think, a bit to get back to full programming like maybe we're used to. So it does look like Vanessa's proposal includes Les Mis Student Edition this summer in July, which will bring in, where there were 2 casts, all these kids from all over the state and all of their parents and grandparents and everyone coming from outside of the valley for the most part will come in. And then we're going to be doing a concert in conjunction with CAPSA in October to help bring in people as well for domestic abuse Awareness Month as well. And then there will be, like I said, several of those educational opportunities where we're bringing in, for example, this May, 4,000 Cache Valley, Box Elder, Bear River students for free to see them, plus open to the public. And then proposed for next summer would be Pirates of Penzance in 1776 for the 250 years since the Declaration was signed. And so we're doing 2 full productions next summer that are maybe a little more used to what you're seeing, but I think it will take a few years to build back up. And I do absolutely think we will get back there, but we're trying to do it in the most reasonable way with finances in mind and the health of the company as well for longevity. And Vanessa sends her apologies. She's at the Kennedy Center right now for KCACTF, so you get me instead.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
Right. Do you anticipate being able to eliminate all your debt with the sale of the apartment?
Yes. Yes, we will wipe out that debt completely, and then the remainder of it will be put into, they've been having meetings kind of lately to determine the endowment and how long it should last us and how much could be drawn yearly as needed. But yes, they're establishing an endowment with the money after all debt has been paid.
How much do you anticipate there will be left over after the sale of the apartment, the liquidation of the debt?
Approximately $4 million, the last I heard. I could be a little wrong on that. Vanessa would have a better number than I would.
Okay, so we have a proposal to fund the first one, number 90, fully, and to not fund number 91. Any other thoughts or proposals?
I recommend 25,000 on the program, or on the marketing.
Okay, 25,000.
I'll support that
Yeah,
part.
I'll do that.
Okay, so it looks like everybody's okay with the 25,000 on the second one, and then we had a recommendation for fully funding on their first one.
I can't do that. I won't support that one, because I think that we have sunk so much money. So much money, and I'm just seeing, and we're still been going downhill, it seems like, and so I would go about 150 and let them start building myself, so. That's just me, though. I'm not, I've been kind of, I'm a little concerned that we've been sinking a lot of money and we have gotten some return. But I'm seeing other companies that are really, getting excited and getting going and everything. Those companies have been proven to do a lot with less. So.
This is a little different animal.
It is.
And I think that the summer citizens, from the conversations I've had with the people who went down there to recruit them, are coming back to give us one more summer. And then I think that opera has to be back at full presentation with the level of their presentations in 2026, or I think we will lose 90% of our summer visitors.
Yeah, I think the caliber of the talent that they expect is such a level that we need to make a little bit more investment in that.
Yeah, I would second that, because this is, as I think about economic development for our community, I feel like this should be the county's #1 economic development goal right now, is to make sure that the opera continues to be strong, because it is a domino effect. There is so much that exists in our arts economy because of this organization, such as the Summer Citizens, and those things result in millions of dollars in investments back into our community, with tax dollars, with visitors, with all of the things the Summer Citizens spend here. If we don't keep this going, then we don't have the Summer Citizens. If we don't have the Summer Citizens, then we're taking a huge hit to our economy in the summertime. We're already taking a big hit with the satellite conference leaving. We have, I think, kind of a tenuous situation here. So I think it's critical at this time that we support the Utah Festival Opera, and I think even the 65,000. I think we should revisit that. I know the recommendation is 25 right now, but if we end up with more restaurant money, I think we should throw some more at that.
Well, yes, I agree with what you're saying. I can see that happening. I do hope that maybe next year that they would get back to a full programming. I'm not sure what would prevent that other than money. But yeah, it's an important thing. And back to our other guideline we were looking at, they run almost a 2-month run of shows. Like we were talking about that the soccer event that was just 3 days, that's great. But this is a very big thing for the community. I do wonder how much we're losing out to musicals, operas in Salt Lake. I don't know if we're getting the draw that we were getting out of there, but it is an important draw to the valley. I do think that it is important to fund as much as we can. And maybe we should put the advertising closer to, what were we saying, 25?
25.
Like,
Let's get to the end, I think, and see where we are.
Okay, okay, so let's do that. So
Funding for this portion.
One thing that worries me a little bit, I think that the direction has changed because Vanessa Vallon has gotten involved, but one thing that worries me, I don't know if you noticed on the email that she sent you.
Yeah.
She signed it as the associate director and not the director. And I think one of our difficulties in the past has been with the director. And for all that he has added, he's also been part of the problem that they're in the financial situation that they're in. And I want to support her in her effort, and she has a new assignment up at the university. But I want to support her, and I think giving her this to work with will be a demonstration of that support, but I'd hope that she becomes more of the director and not the associate director.
I met with them and they both told me that she was becoming the director. I don't know what the timing is on that, but that's what they told me. So,
I think it's happening soon.
yeah. Yeah, I think it's underway. Okay, so that's 365 and 25 for our proposals or recommendations for that.
Something else you might want to think of, the Lyric Theater also this summer is going to be back up at the university and not at the Lyric Theater. So it's lost another downtown venue
Yes,
that
yes,
we
that's
need to
another piece.
kind of need to
Compensate.
bring
downtown.
some people down
Yes.
to where
Yeah.
they're used to being. And summer citizens might find it a lot different. No opera, no lyric. I think it's going to be a tough summer.
Yeah, definitely.
So I would fund them more than 25,000, but.
So the operating request, are you full?
No, I'm okay. I was just talking about 91,
Okay.
but.
Okay, yeah, I think we should revisit that. Let's come back to that. Let's see what we have in restaurant money. So speaking of Utah State University, that's what we're on. Number 92 is the Utah State University Nora Eccles Harrison Museum of Art. Support for panel discussion, the Lower and Lower of the West, $7,500 request.
I said no.
I said no.
In the past 4 years, 5 years, we've given them 5,000.
No, but those are for exhibits. This is for a panel discussion.
Yeah, I agree.
A one-time thing,
Yeah.
Pardon?
One
or a
time.
one-time.
Panel discussion, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I don't know how many people it would reach.
Okay, any other thoughts? No? Okay, seeing none, we'll move to the next Utah State University Lyric Repertory Company. Okay, so we're on the Lyric request, $25,000 out of their $437,000 budget.
That's not for this season, this is for next summer when they will.
2026 season, when they reopen, yes.
I have this one at 10,000.
I have it at 10,000 myself.
So are they,
Thoughts?
I'm confused. So they're not asking for this season?
This request says it's for the 2026 season.
Just for next summer.
No, is it because of the
They have
buildings?
to plan a year upward, they have to hire people.
So are none of the shows gonna be downtown then?
There will be some downtown shows. Wendy can probably answer what shows will be downtown this summer.
My husband Dennis is the associate artistic director, so I can say they're going under construction to rebuild the stage house in the downtown Lyric because they haven't been able to fly out. And it's not seismically reinforced for the actors. Audience, fine. Actors, not so much. So they'll be completely redoing the backstage and hoping to be open in 2026 for next season. There will be a full slate of 4 shows this summer up at the university in the Morgan Theater and in the Black Box, but their season begins in May, so they wrote last year for this summer's funding and this year for next summer's funding.
Thank you, Wendy.
Okay, so I heard a couple of $10,000 numbers thrown out there. Any other thoughts?
If we have the funding, I think 20 is more, it's always been such a good, thing for Logan City. I do prefer being downtown than Utah State, but this is for next year, when it will be.
Downtown.
And it's a very small percentage of their overall budget. They're providing they're only asking us for a very small percentage.
They fully fund it.
Oh,
I said 15.
Yeah, they were saying 15, I'd say 20, but 25 is good.
So I've heard 10, 15, 20, and 25.
Going once, going twice.
I'd say 50.
I've got 20 like Joe has.
20 like Joe.
Okay, let's go with 20 then on that. And that brings us to Valley Dance Ensemble, number 94. They're asking for $5,000, which is,
I recommended that.
okay.
Yes, I recommended full amount.
Okay, it looks like we're at full of $5,000 for Valley Dance Ensemble, which brings us to numbers 95 and 96, which are Wellsville City.
Didn't we award this last year and they haven't even started?
We denied it, did we?
We denied one of them, but then they came back.
Yeah, we denied the tennis courts, now the tennis courts are back.
Well,
And I thought we funded the big chunk of the walking paths, but
Well, I thought we said we didn't want to fund the walking paths because it was sidewalk.
Yeah, it was
And we
basically
didn't want to
sidewalk.
do
That's
sidewalk. We
right.
thought that was, and we gave them this feedback and they came back, that's what I thought was a little frustrating. We want to fund their projects. And we gave them this feedback and it feels like they came back with just the same applications that they brought us last year.
So what's the proposal? Give them some money for tennis courts and not for walking paths?
Yeah.
I've
How
got
much?
them at 50 for tennis courts
50?
and 0 for walking paths, but if you guys want to do more,
Yeah, I'm not sure if 50 will allow it to happen at all. That is why I worry about that
Sure.
much. But
I think last year it was just because they didn't have any input into the amount for the tennis courts.
remember that.
Yeah, so we,
if that said pickleball courts, you guys have said.
Maybe
football.
they're out of touch. Maybe it should
Yeah, who
say
builds tennis courts
pickleball.
these days?
I think we're getting a shortage of tennis courts, so we're converting them all over.
They're
To
all
pickleball
turning into
courts.
pickleball.
their application describes that they program to them and that they make use of them, that they're used. And I'm going to take that at face value. So I agree that I'm watching pickleball go crazy and tennis maybe not as much, although I like tennis. But I don't want to, my opinion is, for myself on this board, I don't want to steer cities towards what kind of recreation I think they should do. I want cities to choose and invite us to evaluate the project for funding. But, the walking paths one was not a good application for me. And I'm not enthusiastic about funding there. I have no issue with partial funding of the tennis courts.
And I do like that they do have a bid, because I think that was one of our complaints last year
Yeah, they
too, is
didn't.
they didn't provide us with a bid, and they do have a bid for us this year with pretty detailed.
But I could see more of a 105, half of it, to get the project going, if that's enough to make it happen. I think it's worthy to do.
well, it's a safety issue too, because they can't even use them, they said, because they're so bad.
The
Is this the
concrete.
one that said they couldn't use
Yeah,
them?
they're cracked and uneven concrete, and
Yeah,
it's really difficult.
and it's a liability for them. Cracks, yeah.
Last year, we approved the 100,000 for basketball, for statement.
For them?
And
I don't
they have
remember
not yet
because-
started it, and they have not yet started it.
Nolan came in council and proposed a different amount than what was,
Last year.
than what we approved as a body, and I'm trying to separate out the two in my mind now.
I can't remember either. I'd have to-
Because yeah, it happened and I can't remember which is which. But Nolan, we did approve, I don't think the body approved anything, and then as a council, we did approve some.
I know they wanted to give them something and I
Yeah.
think there was some.
But if they haven't used those funds
I
yet,
can't remember what it was to be.
I think it was the basketball courts, I think versus.
In their application, it says for 2024, the basketball courts, the 100,000
was granted and it not yet started. Tennis courts, we granted 10,000, not yet started. Trails completed 25.
See it vote.
They used that.
I'd like to see that they're
So
using.
They've got 100,000, they've not even started yet, from last year.
Yeah.
That bothers me a little bit.
Well, and also, they have funds as a city too, because they have their impact fees. So I mean, they've got money.
Okay, well, what's the proposal? What do we want to do?
I didn't give them anything.
For either?
Well, no one will come back.
although, again, I've got them at 50 for the tennis courts. And if they wanted to bring the 10,000 we allocated for that last year to chip in and move that up, or if they can come in under on basketball, they can move that over. If people want to go more than that or less than that, that's okay, but.
Remind me again, what's the time frame that they have to complete projects?
They do have 2 years.
They do have 2 years. Okay.
They gotta get on those
Yeah.
basketball courts.
75,000 on the tennis courts and give them, see if they can get that thing put together. Again, the money does not go to them until they've, until they send us the invoices and everything that being complete.
I'm okay at 75 as well.
75 is fine.
I'm okay.
Okay, so we've got 75 for tennis courts, nothing for walking paths.
Yeah.
All right, and that brings us to Zutop. Actually, let's do this a little bit out of order. Let's save Zutop for last, because I don't know why number 98 at the very end and not under C.
So the reason that that was moved to the end is there was a possibility that it might have been withdrawn, but it wasn't, and so I moved it to the end so that it wouldn't mess up the order of everything. But it is out of order, and I apologize for that, but.
Okay, so let's look at that, and then we'll go to the Zutop one last. And Angie is here from Development Services. She can speak to this if there are questions. So we already funded the first phase. How much was that?
35,000, 40,000.
I agree. I think it was 58.
Are we doing Zutah or are we doing?
We're doing cash.
98.
Number 98, and then we'll come back to Zutop.
Yeah. Angie, Zetterquist Development Services. So yeah, last year there was a Rapz application submitted for, I forget the exact, maybe 200, 250. But it was ultimately awarded 75,000. Then we sent out the request for proposals, and it was broken down into phase 1, phase 2. So the cost for phase 1 was $58,000 from the consultant that we chose. So this would just be that additional funding to cover phase 2, including the extra from the initial 75,000 would be put towards that. So,
Angie, will you tell us what phase 1 purpose is and what phase 2 purpose is, so we can kind of.
yeah, phase 1 is more of the outreach and determining what the community is looking for and what they would support. And then based off of that, phase 2 would be more of the details of, where one or more recreation facilities would be located, to how that could be operated and managed as part of a service district or with a city or different kinds of things. But that would give you the actual nuts and bolts and financing costs of operating that versus the phase 1, which is kind of just the initial outreach to see, one, if it's supported, and two, what kind of programming and everything that people would want. So.
Thank you. Yeah, as I see this, phase 1 is just seeing the wish list of all the goodies that people want. So I don't see that as being very useful without having phase 2, which is what is the actual cost of where does this make the most sense and how to apply it.
Your original request a year ago was 200 and how much?
Sorry, I didn't personally submit it, but I think it was, I'll err on the side of caution and say it was 250,000, which.
It was.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did that include anything that these two do not include?
That was the estimated cost for the full phase 1 and phase 2 for the project, but then after we sent out the RFP and got actual numbers back from consultants,
So
that's where it came to.
to only give you 75 last year.
Yes, I believe so.
Is the
Right. Yeah, and I think that speaks to 8.
58. So sometimes put the cart before the horse on a lot of these things. You know, we just see this great big number and we react to it rather than let's find out really what it will cost and what we're after and need a lot less.
So what specifically then would this proposal cover? Are we getting to a point where we're talking about building massing and square footage of spaces required and cost estimates? Is that what we would be buying with this second portion?
Yes, so it would be providing options and determining the best preferred alternative or option for a rec facility. But yes, it would give you all of those details, financial impacts, et cetera.
Even if to get the information that's needed, it needs to be, it'll then be voted on by.
Exactly, yeah. It's nothing definitive, nothing that holds us to anything. It would just give us that information.
Sorry, this is
Yeah.
maybe so much of a question that you'd have to answer, but it is either all or none. So let's say if some communities say, I'm not interested, it has to have everyone, right, to be a county-wide system?
Yes, there is actually a concurrent study going on with Nibley that's kind of expanded into the South County. It's the same consultant, so they're working on it, but yeah, so they're exploring the whole county-wide system at this point.
But you're saying they're also exploring potential of just a few communities doing their own thing?
Well, Nibley had originally done their own RFP just as a city, but then it's expanded to some of the other cities to do a full survey.
Would these be interlocal agreements then between the cities?
I think that's part of phase 2, would explore different management, operating, and
So they
financing.
always have escape clauses, so to speak, they can always pull out. We've
yeah.
had some bad experiences. Think about the ice arena, the fairgrounds, the countywide garbage service, the rec center for Logan City that are going to pull out. I mean, if you give them an escape, a lot of times they've taken it and left the other entities holding the bag. I have a real concern with that with this community. Supposedly this great idea, but if you give them an escape clause and they take it, then it leaves everybody else holding the cost of it. So.
Sounds like
Right.
you need to run for mayor of Logan.
Well, I'm just saying that, you know, if we give them an escape and they take it, then that leaves everybody else paying the bill.
Well, and I think it would also show, yeah, if that happened, then it's not feasible to have a recreation facility if they,
It may be feasible at the beginning, but
Yeah, that's really good input for
That's
this
just-
study. I have that same concern for those same reasons, that whatever structure we come up with should be something that is stable.
Yes, you're all in.
Yeah.
yeah.
So the question for this body, though, is they have a request for $70,000 to finish this study that we funded the first half of so far.
Well, I'm fine with it. Yeah.
You can tell.
Okay, we have, I see 3 nods, 4, 5, okay, so we have.
And one nay.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm a nay.
Okay, so we've got a couple nays, but the rest, it looks like we have a majority saying fully fund that one. That brings us then to Zutah.
Actually, I just want to say one thing. Alma was not responsible for putting me all the way at the end. I did request that, so.
It was
But,
requested and
So I won't let him take all the blame.
We've realized that alphabetical order is important for this. Okay, so that brings us then to Zutah. What do we have left of Rapz?
okay.
Oh, goodness.
Nothing. We're over.
So, restaurant, there's 415,662 left. No, sorry. That is restaurant. So overall, we have,
50 cents.
the total funds available balance is 82,771. That doesn't take into account because the 10% or up to 10% for Zutah has already been taken out of that.
Oh, it has?
Yeah.
So,
say-
did you bring over our fund balance into the amount available? Okay.
Okay, say that again, Alma.
Sorry.
You've already in your calculation,
We've already taken out the amount
How
for
much?
up to the 10%.
How much?
240 something.
It's,
you're already showing 279,000 going to Zutah, and then we still have 80,000 in Rapz left over?
correct.
Okay, so you're saying we have enough to fully fund their up to 10% allocation at 279,000, and then we'd have 80,000 left over?
Correct.
And 400,000 in restaurant left over?
Let me get my screen a little smaller.
We need it bigger.
Sorry. I know you need it bigger, but I need it smaller because
You need to be able to see your columns.
Okay, so, and because we will determine which buckets of money that they come out of, Rapz or restaurant. So in restaurant right now, there's 415,662, but we're under, or we've overspent in Rapz. But the ultimate, their balance is 82,771.
With both.
With both.
With both Rapz and, that's pretty dang close.
And that's already taking out the 274.24
For zoo?
for the zoo.
274?
274,000.
Okay,
Oh,
so
not
knowing that,
279.
how much do you guys want to do for the zoo?
74.
I'm concerned about a going concern issue with the zoo.
What's
If you
that?
look at their tax return, they're $990. They're showing for their last fiscal year that they went in the hole $310,000.
Yeah.
And there's no,
And their fund balance went down from $548,000 to $237,000. And for the contributions and grants that year, the prior year, they were 272, and for the current year, they're reporting 56, down $225,000. I'd like to have some more information on this, but I worry about the zoo disappearing based on what they presented to us.
Yeah, I was confused as to, okay, then where have they lost?
Yeah.
Where are the tightening features, if there are, or can they cannot sustain
Can't.
labor?
I can't tell that
I
based
can't
on the
either.
information they've submitted to us.
Yeah, that's what I was confused, I was worried that,
So, I don't know.
Okay, so,
I didn't find anything.
I have paused given that, and we've had some discussions about the zoo and in the past. I don't think that the zoo, I like the emphasis on the up to 10%. In this context, I feel like I would still be willing to put the 10% figure in for the zoo in this go around because of the significance of what they do. But I don't know if this board has a way, or if perhaps the county council has a way, some oversight to be able to say, guys, you gotta sharpen your pencils and get this sorted out.
okay, can I clarify something first? I'm reading the law right now. This is what the Rapz law says. Rapz zoological facilities. Number one, allocate 10% after administrative costs to the zoo based on acceptable proposals submitted each year. The percentage will be reviewed each year. If less than 10%, additional funds may be allocated to Parks and Recreation. So it's not very well written, but it doesn't say anywhere up to 10%, although it's implied that it could be less than that. The first thing it says is allocate 10%. I know we've had this discussion before, and we've interpreted it as up to 10%. I just want everyone to be clear what it actually says in the law that was voted on by the voters. So, with that being said, continue, go ahead.
Where I was citing from before was their tax return, their 990. If you look at their budget right now, it's pretty much a zero-based budget. They budgeted 5,000 more in income than expenditures. But that budget includes $450,000 Rapz. So they're saying that they gotta have 450 just to break even, based on what they budgeted for the coming year. And that worries me.
What's the recommendation of the body? Your recommendation, Damon, is
Fund the 10%.
the 10% amount? And
That's what I said.
that number is after administrative costs, Alma?
That number is after administrative costs.
And that was, what was it, 240?
274,000.
274.
24.
274 is the full 10%.
And that's what I budgeted, that's what I recommended.
I don't want to go more than 10% towards.
I agree.
the Zoom.
Okay, so we have two board members saying 10%. I see three.
No more than
I see 4 or 5. Okay, so that's 274,000
$24, correct.
as a recommendation. And then I think questions about them continuing as a viable organization are good questions for the council to ask them, perhaps to invite them to have that discussion. Okay, but as far as this body is concerned, that is our recommendation.
Okay.
So with that being said,
And I'm sorry, I did make a mistake. That amount wasn't taken out. And so now you've overspent. But I do want to go back through and just clarify and make sure that I am recording the correct amount of all of the applications. So if we could go back through them, just to make sure, and then we can look and see where our bottom line is.
I didn't write them down. Who wrote them down?
I did.
You did. You want to take both one or both two?
So we'll start at number 1
At 13,000.
is 13,000.
40.
You'll have to go a little bit
A
slower.
little slower.
You gotta go slower so everybody can agree. I can get around on the spreadsheet. So number 2,
Number 2, 40,000.
40,000.
3, 125,000.
Okay,
4, 51,500.
just a second. 51,500. Okay,
5, 125.
125,000.
6, 1,000.
1,000.
7, 12,000.
Okay,
8, 4,000.
okay.
9, 5,850.
Just a second. 5,850. Okay,
10, 20,500.
okay.
11, 25,000.
12.
12, 0. No, excuse me, 10,000, 10,000. 10,000. 13 is 11,003. 14, 135,691.
Okay,
15, 73,412.
okay.
16, 58,050. 17, 175,345. 60 cents.
I'm gonna round that up to
Okay.
346, 175 and
346.
346.
18, 40,000.
Okay,
19, 40,000.
okay,
20, 151,000. 21, 9,000. 22, 100,000. 23, 150,000. 24, 15,000. 25, 20, oh, I scribbled it. I think it's
20,000.
20,000.
Yeah.
26 is 60,000. 27 is 0. 28,
just a second. 27 is 0, okay,
28, 25,000.
Okay,
29, 18,000. 30 is 40,000.
okay,
31, 5,000. 32, 4,000. 33, 1,000. 34, 0.
34.
I have 15,000. I have 15,000.
Sorry, 15,000.
That's why we do this.
35 is 35,000.
Okay,
36 is 5,000. 37 is 4,000. 38, 33,902. 39, 45,000. 40, 80,000. 41, 0. 42, 10,000. 43, 4,500. 44, 200,000. 45, 200,000. 46, 20,000. 47,
46.
20,000.
I gotta find it. 46.
46, 20,000.
20,000, I have 26, so I change that to 20,000.
47 is 0. 48,
47, just a second.
oh, I'm sorry.
I have to find it on this spreadsheet.
It did not.
You took it, it didn't qualify.
Oh, sorry, that's
It didn't
all.
qualify,
It's
yeah.
47, 0.
Yeah,
Okay.
48.
48, 56,000.
48 is 56,000.
Correct. 49, 57,000.
49 is 57,000.
50, 0.
Okay.
51, 64,999.
Okay.
52, 275,000.
Okay.
53, 83,758. 54, 53,915. 55, 45,000. 56, 90,000. 57, 10,000. 58, 20,000. 59, 5,000. 60, the airport you wanted to come back to, but it's a 0. 61, 40,000. 62, 0. 63, 58, 2. 64, 2,500. 65, 0. 66, 80,000. 67, 123,859.90.
I'm gonna round it up to 860.
68, 9,000. 69, 2,000. 70, 200,000. 71, 10,000.
Just a second.
72.
10,000?
Yes.
Okay. 72.
72, 6,000. 73, 122,500.
Okay.
74, 78,250. 75, 125,000. 76, 0. 77, 7,500. 78, 55,000. 79, 0. 80, 125,000. 81, 146,000. 82, 60,000. 83, 50,000, 84, 225,000, 85, 3,500, 86, 35,000, 87, 22,000,
Second, 87.
22,000,
22,000, okay.
88, 62,000, 89, 12,000, 90, 365,000, 91, 25,000, 92, 0, 93, 20,000, 94, 5,000, 95, 75,000, 96, 0, 97, $274,024, and 98, 70,000. In the past, we've always left a pretty good chunk to the county to allocate, and this year we really haven't.
And we used up last year's residual.
And we used up last year's carryover.
Correct.
I'd recommend that we go back, spend 15 minutes going back and looking at some that we would take money away from, to leave more in a pot for the county to allocate, so that they don't have to decide who to take away from.
We're over 202,000.
You're over 202,000, 253.
Okay.
How much of an increase or pot do you all have?
That's a good question.
We had 400,000,
What's
It
that?
used to add up this year.
Yeah.
so we've used 600,000 more than we had in
If we don't send any
allocation.
kind of a pot back, then we as a council have to take.
Do you want to do that, or do you want us to recommend some cutting some and then give you a?
Well, I think we need to recommend a balance. We can't recommend to the council spending more money than is available at a minimum. So at a minimum, we need to cut 200,000 from where we are right now. So let's do that first.
Okay.
And we can decide how much deeper to go, but I do like the idea of going deeper than that. So considering that we need to cut 200,000 from what we have,
Goodness gracious.
do we want to start at the beginning again, go through, balance
I
things
think
out
all of us have some
alphabetically?
that we saw, we had written down some, we
There
can
was
discuss
some
those.
We could go back and review some of the ones we starred.
All the ones I wrote down were ones we're gonna go back and give more money to.
Yeah, me too. Is it gonna happen?
And we had all those
I
extra.
wrote down that we said we'd go back and take away.
Like number 18 and 19, the two feasibility studies at $40,000 each. Is that really what they cost? Have we got a bid? I don't think we've got a bid yet.
If you want to ask James.
These are for the trails?
Trails,
Yeah.
yeah.
Is this another one of those things that it'll be almost this and then it'll be a lot less, I hope?
Angie Zetterquist, Development Services. I don't believe they've gotten bids yet, but this is based on the cost of previous feasibility studies. They've done quite a few, so I think this is a good estimate on those.
You know, I guess that's what I started looking, because we had some of those others, you know, that came in and
Right.
we wanted 200,000 and it was only 53 and 70, I guess. So, I don't know.
Well, and those ones being internal
like-
funds, they're given back into the, they're putting back into the pot if it's more, or excuse me, less than.
And that happens with any of the entities because they have to submit receipts or invoices, and if they come under budget of what they're awarded, that's returned
Okay.
for the next year.
Is that how the surplus basically got there? Yeah, and I know we didn't always spend the full amount, but sometimes some comes back because you.
Sometimes,
Or a
yeah.
project didn't happen.
Yeah.
Not very often.
No,
Doesn't happen, or comes in under budget, or
Not very
doesn't get allocated.
I mean, what would it be if we went to all of the municipalities and cut them by 10%? I mean,
That would probably get us where we need to be. We're
that
really
would
close.
probably be the easiest way, and they have ways to come up with the funds themselves. If we went to each of those, because I think that would be probably the most fair way of scaling it.
I like that approach. So, should we just go through in alphabetical order, all the cities? Consider that on each one, because some of them, Amalga Town, that means,
Most equitable way.
that means we're cutting $1,300 from them.
Well,
And maybe some of them we don't. Maybe Amalga we don't, but maybe some of these other ones.
The way I look at it, Logan City pretty much has requested the same thing every year. And so you cut 10%, you're cutting them back, but like North Logan, a year ago got 145, and this year they're $300,000.
Yeah.
And so,
same with
you
them.
cut 10% from Logan, but that's the same amount they've received for the last 4 or 5 years, whereas North Logan has doubled the request, and you cut 10% for them, and they're still way ahead of where they were a year ago.
Well, also to counter that, Logan is getting $8 million to fund some of theirs when we don't, the other municipalities don't have their sidewalk, their underpass, the trail underpass. I mean, they have lots of additional funds that not a lot of the other municipalities have access to either.
I like
Their
your approach.
projects.
Let's go through all the cities and towns alphabetically, and let's look at each one individually if we want to apply that standard. The first one would be number 1, Amalga Town. Do we want to leave them at the 13,000, or do we want to chip away?
We can leave it, that's not gonna make it, that's a drop.
Let's leave
in
that
budget.
one. So then, the next city or town on here is Parkston at the bottom of that first page, number 38. 33,902, that's what we're proposing to do.
So we cut $4,000, or, yeah, three, yeah,
4,000 from them? Do you want to just give them 30, round it to 30?
yeah.
Okay, let's round that one to 30.
So number 38 Clarkston is 30,000.
30,000.
Mhm.
Okay, and that brings us to the very next one, 39 is Cornish. And they asked for 60, we proposed 45 for them. Want to adjust that down to 40,000 or at all? 40?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's make that 40,000. That brings us to Hyde Park. We were proposing 200,000 for them.
So 180.
180, okay. Then Hiram, we were also proposing 200. Drop that one to 180 also. Okay, 180. That brings us to Lewiston City. We recommended 56,000.
What number was that?
49, 48?
48. Well, 48 and 49.
48, 49.
Recommended 56 and 57. 56,000 and 57,000. Do we want to, so that's a total of 113,000.
Take 5,000 off of each?
5,000 off of each?
Or do we take off more from the resurfacing because that's 100% funded?
Yeah. I would say that.
Take
Fund that at 35,000.
35,000? Okay, so 30,
The resurfacing,
for 49,
50,
You're
49.
taking that one from 57 down to 35?
Well, it was just 100% financing, so we're kind of making it a little more equitable than how we're financing all the rest of them.
But
It's
don't-
just an approach to see what we gain on that.
Don't touch the restrooms.
But don't touch the restroom.
Do not touch the bathroom.
Yeah, yeah, they,
okay, so we dropped 49 to 35,000, project number,
What you're doing is you're going back and you're going to tell the taxpayers they're going to have to pony up more versus people that attend things.
but that's how we
By choice.
replenish the fund though, too.
I know, but I'm telling you, who is going to pay the bill? The people that participate or everyone within the cities make up this difference?
Well, with parks and stuff, that's kind of a general thing. Most people in their cities use their parks, don't you
And they
think?
can rescale their plans too. I mean, we all, lots
okay,
of these are wish lists.
Cost savings.
so we're at Logan City now. We've got 51, 52, 53.
I think I guess the percentage is the same,
54.
or the dollar amount is the same over the last several years, but if we're really make some cuts, it was the boiler one that
What-
I think should.
What do those all add up to?
It was about 470,000, I think.
So what,
Oh, I
what's
see.
your point, Joe?
The boiler one, I could see dropping that $30,000. That one I always didn't like in the first place, because it's like, it's just,
Why don't we just cut that completely?
That wasn't a number one, though.
Was that their number one?
Yeah.
That takes
Yeah.
for Logan's Bend.
I don't think we have to be as aggressive in cutting Logan's Bend as some of the others, though, for the reasons that Bruce, I think,
We
mentioned.
can come back, we can see what we get out of this. Again, it's just an idea,
Yeah.
see what
I
we
think
get.
dropping the boiler by $20,000 or $30,000 is a reasonable thing to do, to ask for something to help from Logan, but I don't want to take them from them proportionally the same way.
I think that was the cost of just the boilers, though. They were gonna do all the installation on their own. So I mean, if you cut the cost of the boiler and they can't get it, so what purpose does that serve?
Well, they can just come up with money.
Okay.
The fees, I mean,
It's a fee.
yeah.
Okay.
Or if
So,
they need
okay.
to, they can find, and it's not, it's a visit to the county council to reallocate from one project to the other. But if they say, hey, this is an obstacle, we're not gonna be able to do this, but we can cut 30,000 from somewhere else, then
I see.
then that can be.
Okay.
Okay, so 30,000 is the new proposal for that one? Am I hearing that correctly?
I think fund at 35, cut by 30, I think is,
35, okay, so 35,000 is the new number,
Number one,
51.
51.
to 35,000.
35,000, okay, so we've cut 30,000 from theirs. Is there anything else we want to cut? That's less than 10% on theirs.
yeah.
Does anyone want to propose anything else? No? Okay, so that takes us then to the next city, Mendon City. They asked for 50, we proposed 40.
36?
Probably not anything here.
No? Nothing?
We're not even gonna come close to covering the $250,000 we got
Okay.
there.
What number are we on now?
61.
61 Mendon City. So we recommended 40 initially. We want to bump that?
Of course, not as high on this one as on some of the other municipal projects, came in at a 28. So I'm mindful of the fact that we're not gonna balance $250,000 deficit by cutting 4,000 here, but I think we should take something. So
Okay.
I think going to 36.
Equitable approach.
36, okay, we're at 36 on that one. Millville,
For 61.
yeah, for Mendon, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, now Millville, we had,
But we didn't fund the food.
we didn't fund the first one, the second one we funded at 58,000. 10% is $6,000 basically. 52,000, okay, 52,000. Next city is Newton, 123,000. So drop it to 110,
Yeah.
10 for
110,000 for Newton. Next, Nibley City.
What was their total that they were given? Just taking them all from the one Ridgeline Park.
68.
So,
It's 211 for their three.
Take that down to 180 on the,
take the Ridgeline Park down to 180?
yeah,
Okay, so,
180.
yeah.
yeah, number 70 drops to 180, okay. That brings us to North Logan.
I forgot how much we allocated each of.
So North Logan, we've got
325.
2, 3, 4, 5 projects here. One of them wasn't funded.
Hunch is, since the north parking lot was only a partial funding anyways, that rather than cutting out of the first two that we fully funded, that it might be better to reduce from the one that was only partially funded and probably won't get done in year one of the fund expenditure anyways. So if there's gonna be, that works out $35,000-$40,000 to cut, I'd recommend that we drop that from the north parking lot.
Completely drop it, or just
No,
take
drop
40,000
Drop
off?
40,000 from the north parking lot.
So drop it to 85,000?
I think we.
Because we had 125, is that right? So
Yeah,
drop it down to
that
80,000.
85,000.
85,000?
On which number?
On 75.
76.
76.
76.
75, sorry, 76 is already at zero.
75.
So 75 down.
Oh, yeah,
to
75.
5,000.
85,000.
75 is 85. 75, number 75 is 85,000. Okay. And next city, Paradise Town, 55,000,
Down 5,000.
so 50,000.
Paradise,
Number
78.
78 is now 50,000.
50,000.
Next, Providence City, we had 125,000 for them, so
110.
110,000. Okay, 110,000.
Richmond.
Richmond was 146. Take it down to 130.
135.
35, okay. 135. Next is River Heights, we gave them 60.
50.
54. 50?
50.
Okay, 50,000. Okay, next is Smithfield City. We had a few there. We had a 50,000, a 225, and youth theater. So basically 275,000, so 20,
205 on the irrigation system.
205,
205 on number 84.
okay. Okay, and then Trenton bathrooms, they had 62,000. 56,000. Okay, and Wellsville City, we gave them 75,000. We'll drop that,
70.
take it to 70.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's at 70,000. That's all the cities. What are we at now?
Sorry, let's go back to River Heights.
River Heights, which was number
82.
82, they
is
went down to
50,000.
50,000. Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay,
And then Smithfield 84 was 205.
or was 205.
Trenton, which is 88, was 56.
Okay,
And then Wellsville, which is 95, is 70.
70, okay.
Survey says.
Survey says we gained 60,000.
Woohoo.
I'm guessing we're not closed, but we are a
Hey,
little close.
54,000. We're out of the red.
Available.
So you're leaving 54,708 on the table.
54,000 to spend.
That's about as good as we're gonna get.
It does mean that next year, if the dollar amount is similar, that we would not be able to fund everything we funded this year if receipts stay flat.
Yeah, that's what it
And
means.
that's if we don't go into recession, which all indicators are pointing towards recession.
Make sure you add that to the end of everyone's award letter.
Yeah. Don't count on it.
Don't count on this next year.
You still need to cut more to get you to a couple 100,000 in from carryover.
Do we need to cut more? Is that what you're saying?
I say do, is the question.
Yeah.
So
What do you guys think? Do you feel comfortable with this recommendation, or would you rather?
the only thing is, are we inconsistent with what we did with the advertising? Did we grant some advertising and some not? Because we had discussion throughout, but there were 98 applications, and I don't remember what we applied those to, because I don't know. And we can go through and look at that, because that was the only other thing that I could think of that would be just, again, an equitable. But also, do they all advertise in the same way? Are some more aggressive in markets that are gonna pay off better? And we can say we don't have to be equitable because some are more aggressive in markets that are going to actually have a greater return.
Anything that you cut from here on out, I think I don't think us as a council, we're gonna say, oh, now we have an extra pot of money.
No.
We've done everything we can. I think we just send this to the council and be done.
Okay.
We'll
Do
take care
you
of
feel
it.
comfortable with where we are right now?
No, because there were some things I disagreed with.
Well, but I mean, do you think we need to cut more or just send it how it is?
No, send it how it is. We as a council will take care of it from here.
Okay.
What do you guys think? You guys want to cut more?
I think you guys have done extremely well.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
To get that close
Yeah, I was
with
gonna say
the
it's
huge
a-
request that we did have. That's a huge mile marker you've done.
Yeah, what were we? What was our total requests and available?
8.something million.
Yeah,
What was
way
it?
more than we had.
Total request was over 8 million.
And we had 5?
And I guess,
Just over 5.
I guess the question to Dave's point is now as a council, we talk about what we want to have in reserves for this fund balance, right? If we're comfortable with 55,000 in reserves as a council, or if we want to have more, then that's a discussion that we take up as a council.
Well, if you have it in reserves or you don't, that's it.
Right, that's a
If
conversation
any
we have as
request
a
comes,
council.
You just have to say, well, there's no money there. And
Yeah.
that's fine. But, that's budgeting, that's, say no.
Okay.
Or if you set a bunch right now, it's 5, then you are gonna have a whole bunch of other people come back and say, oh, I hear you got an extra couple $100,000. And then we want more, and they deserve it more than some of those we just cut from. I'm a little worried about that.
Catherine, are you okay with us staying where we are, sending this to the council? Or do you want us to cut more?
That was my only question, is if, I don't remember, because we've been here and we've spun it so long, if we were consistent with the
The advertising?
But also, no, that's fine if we're done too.
Does anybody else have anything else you want to propose that we adjust? Anything new? Any other discussions? Okay, so, hearing none, I will entertain a motion right now to recommend this list that Alma has up on the screen as our recommendation to the council.
So moved.
Second. Okay, we have a motion and a second to recommend this list with 54,708 in reserve to the council as our recommendation. Any discussion about that? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that's unanimous. Okay, that's our recommendation to the council. That will go to the council 2 weeks from tomorrow, 3 weeks from tomorrow.
It'll be their first meeting in May, but before I do that, I will send this out to all of you for a review, just to make sure that we're good. And then it will go to the council at their first meeting in May. It has to be approved by the second meeting in May.
Okay.
First meeting in May, 3 weeks from tomorrow, this will be on the council agenda. Okay, unless there's anything else, we'll be adjourned.
We
Thank
do
you so
have
much.
one, sorry.
Oh, we do have one more, okay, there is.
I know this might not be a popular discussion. This is for the board.
Oh, yeah, number 6 is future
Yes.
review process.
So thank you very much. I know that this is a lot of work to review these books. We have 3 of the board that reviewed online, the applications online. They had significantly smaller books. As you will see, they only had 1, and the rest of you had 2. So this is an online application. And I want to have the 3 members that reviewed this online to talk about that just a little bit. I know there was some issues and we're trying to resolve them as far as being able to sort them so that they're alphabetical, so that they're easier to find. But that aside, if that was a function that you could easily search and find the applications, how did you feel about the reviewing them online? Any of you like to speak to that?
Go ahead, Jeff.
I was just gonna say, I think it was fine, other than the small complaints we gave on its functionality.
Yeah.
But it overall just works. I mean, either way, I guess if you're doing the full binders, you still have to go on there and rank them. And so it's not too far different.
Yeah, I thought it was easy to be able to access their financial documents. It was just a click and it downloaded really quickly. And I thought if those functions are remedied, it's really quite easy.
Yeah, just to be able to sift and sort through by application number, which doesn't show up in the system, would be a really nice feature, because that's one touch point. Or alphabetically by applicant or by title, because those are other ways that we end up going through. And the other piece is if we were able to sift by overall score as the board's scores, and that would be an after the fact entry, because we don't. Yeah. Unless it computes the overall score. Those would be, and to be able to sort by those things would make it so that it's a lot easier in the course of the discussion here to be able to keep track of that. That's the biggest thing. I was very happy with it as I was going through and reviewing stuff. But yeah, just getting the sort of features to work correctly.
So the reason why Alma's asking this is he would really like us all to do it electronically in the future. So.
And I know that's a big ask, and it's something new to get used to, but the thing is this is an online system, and I don't know if you noticed the formatting. It's not meant to be printed out, and so the formatting, it was clunky, I felt. I don't know, how did the rest of you in the...
There were a couple spots that were clunky, but I was able to figure it out on that one. But what's in these smaller binders? What did they get?
So Councilman Buse and I believe it was Joe received a binder that had the first 3 pages of the application plus a summary page. And on the summary page, it was just some of the basic information. And Damon, Dr. Can, he received just a 1-pager because he had reviewed online previously. And it just had some basic information. And I could send that out and we could change that and you could get more
I'd probably be fine in the future with just this page.
Just the 1 page.
The thing I also liked about the online is that you could see maybe in the bigger binder, I did it last year, but I forgot how it's formatted. But it was a really quick reference to see what years they applied, what they received. And I really liked that section.
Okay. Yeah.
Like actually, I could see this 1 page, but with that less detail.
Yeah, that would be
like,
nice.
It's like when was the last time they requested? How much have they received? And just a 1-pager would be fine. I wouldn't mind saving that much.
So I did write down some suggestions. You had some suggestions throughout the meeting. I did write them down and I will send them out. And I will ask for feedback from you as you kind of think about this, because we want to really improve this and make it easier for all of you and make it a better system.
Those of you who had everything printed out like I did, would you be willing to try it all electronic next year, or do you feel like you really need your binder?
Too soon to know.
I feel better with the binder.
Just depends on how many troubles I have with the computer.
I'm fine with the computer, but I still, I want some information that I can write on. I've got to write notes and stuff like
And
that.
that was helpful.
I've got to have that much so that I can transfer those notes. And then to look up, like today, we referenced several times, the applications and dug into them. So we've got to have some ability to be able to still
To see that.
do that as we go.
Yeah. And I can maybe work with you in the beginning of the year to talk about some functionality about it. Maybe.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I will go through, I will do the minutes of this meeting and I will send it out to you along with the recommendations that you've received, because nothing's going to go to the council until you really sign off on it. So you'll get the recommendation, we'll go to the council, I'll do the minutes and so that you could approve those. And then after that, I'll send out some suggestions that you made. I made some notes and see if we can improve the process for next year, both reviewing as well as getting more information or some different information from the applicants.
I really like the scoring, except we have one individual that gave everything 5s. So it doesn't really tell us.
Yeah, the advantage of that is, and I know we've been almost 5 hours on this with the minus the lunch. That's because there was 98 applications. The reason for the scoring is without having a conversation, you can kind of have a conversation and indicate where it falls. And so, yeah, we'll work on that. And we can work on improving that process if we need to look at a different scoring system or something so that it's more advantageous to you so you can make better decisions or have more information to make the decisions.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Alma? Okay.
No.
So before we adjourn, thank you so much, Alma, for all of your help in organizing this and providing everything and printing a gazillion pages for us. Thank you all, especially to our citizens who help on this board. And thank you to those of you applicants who stayed this whole time and who came. That's very helpful for you to be here to answer questions. Is there anything else before we adjourn? All right, seeing none, we'll be adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.